Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Nasional, Dr. L. Amri Bermawi Putra, MA.
Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni Universitas Nasional, Dr. Suryono Effendi, SE, MBA, MM.
Chairperson of Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta Ilmu Pertanian Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwardani, MP. Sekretari of Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta Ilmu Pertanian Indonesia, and also Dean of Universitas Islam Malang, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayanti, MSI.
Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Nasional, Profesor Edi Yuwono, PhD.
Profesor Dr. Dalia Abbas from University of Tennessee. Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Sarifuddin from Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra, Malaysia.
Ibu Gracia Sinta S. Ugut, MBA, PhD dari Universitas Pelita Harapan.
Executive Director of BTEK Dayu Park, Insinyur Budi Rustomo, Emrur SC, PSD. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Dan para tamu undangan yang berbahagia.
Good morning, and we welcome you all to the International Seminar, Penthahelix Collaboration and Strategic Communication for Successful Green Economy in Indonesia.
Selamat pagi dan selamat datang di Seminar Internasional Penthahelix Collaboration and Strategy Communication for Successful Green Economy in Indonesia.
Hosted by Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta Ilmu Pertanian Indonesia in collaboration with Faculty of Agriculture Universitas Nasional.
Yang diselenggarakan oleh Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta Ilmu Pertanian Indonesia bekerja sama dengan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Nasional.
Tuesday, 20 of December 2022 at Auditorium Cyber Library Universitas Nasional.
Selasa 20 Desember 2022 di Auditorium Cyber Library Universitas Nasional.
This event is also held to celebrate the 73rd anniversary of Universitas Nasional.
Acara ini juga digelar untuk memeriahkan Dies Natalis ke-73 Universitas Nasional.
We have two agendas for today's event. The first agenda is seminar and the second agenda is MOU signing ceremony between APTSIPI and Dayu Park, Sragen.
Kami memiliki dua agenda untuk acara hari ini. Agenda pertama adalah seminar dan agenda kedua adalah penandatanganan MOU antara APTSIPI dengan Dayu Park, Sragen.
Ladies and gentlemen, before moving forward to the main session of this event, we will sing our national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia and also Mars of Universitas Nasional.
Hadirin sekalian, sebelum melangkah ke sesi utama acara ini, kami akan menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Republik Indonesia dan juga Mars Universitas Nasional.
To all audience, please stand up.
Kepada seluruh hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri.
Tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku, di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita
have a seat, please. Thank you.
Hadirin persilahkan duduk kembali.
Moving on, the next agenda is reciting prayers, who will be recited by Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Bapak Budi Wiryono, SP, MSI.
Acara selanjutnya adalah pembacaan doa yang akan dibacakan oleh Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Bapak Budi Wiryono, SP, MSI.
To Bapak Budi Wiryono, the time is yours.
Kepada Bapak Budi Wiryono, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan saya memimpin doa dengan cara Islam. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, mohon berkenan untuk menyesuaikan dengan keyakinan masing-masing. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdas syakirin. Hamdan. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim azim sultanik. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, segala puji untuk-Mu, pemelihara alam semesta, segala puji atas karunia dan kenikmatan yang Engkau limpahkan kepada kami, segala puji atas keagungan-Mu, segala puji atas kemuliaan-Mu dan kekuasaan-Mu. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Ya Maliku, ya Quddus, kami agungkan nama-Mu, karena hanya Engkaulah Tuhan kami. Hanya kepadamu kami bersujud, hanya kepadamu kami bersyukur, dan hanya kepadamu kami memanjatkan doa. Ya Rahman, ya Rahim, hanya kepadamu kami menyembah, dan hanya kepadamu kami memohon pertolongan. Ya Rabbana, hari ini kami berkumpul di sini dalam kegiatan seminar internasional dan Disnatalis Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta Ilmu Pertanian Indonesia yang kelima, berdiskusi mengurai pikir untuk memberikan sumbangsih terbaik bagi bangsa ini. Karenanya ya Allah, lancarkanlah acara kami, berkahilah, penuhilah pertemuan ini dengan kebaikan dari awal hingga akhir nanti. Bukalah pikiran kami, lenturkanlah lidah kami, dan berikanlah kepada kami ide-ide cemerlang untuk membangun kekuatan pembangunan pertanian bangsa ini. Ya Allah yang maha mengetahui yang gaib, bimbinglah kami dengan hidayah-Mu, berkahilah kami selalu dengan takdir-Mu, dan jadikanlah kami selalu ridho dengan pemberian-Mu. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahul qawli. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqan warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the podium to deliver his remarks Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Nasional, Profesor Edi Yuwono, PhD.
Acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan dari Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Nasional, Profesor Edi Yuwono, PhD.
To Professor Edi, the time is yours.
Kepada Profesor Edi Yuwono kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurlah billah. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. The honorable head of APTSIPI, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwandani, MP, the honorable rector of Universitas Nasional, Dr. L. Army Barwani Putra, the honorable vice rector, Bapak Dr. Suyono, distinguished guest, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayati MSc, Secretary of APTSIPI, also Dekan of Unisma, Insinyur Indira Prabasari MP PhD, the Chairman and Dean of UMY, the Chairman of APTSIP, and also the Dean of UMY, and our distinguished guest, Dr. Insinyur Anita, Rector of Graha Karya Bengkulu. The respected invited speaker, Professor Dr. Dahlia Abbas from University of Tunis, which is today maybe will deliver his speak through online Zoom. Dr. Garcia Sinta S. Ubud from Universitas Pelita Harapan, Jakarta, Indonesia. Dr. Juwaidah Syarifuddin from University Putra Malaya, and my colleague, Dr. Budi Rustomo, the Executive Director of Biofarming Training and Education Center, or BITEC, Dayu Park, Sragen, and all participants. First of all, let us thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and guidance, so that we can all be here in a good health. Secondly, I would like to thank the ladies and gentlemen, all attendees who attended this seminar, and welcome to all participants of the International Seminar Penthahelix Collaboration and Strategic Communication for Successful Green Economy in Indonesia. Like our theme in this seminar, all discussion will be focused on the materials that will be delivered by the invited presenters. For these reasons, it is hoped that all participants will listen and give the best attention to the presentation of seminar materials in a focused and a calm manner. At the end of the presentation of the material later on, the committee will provide time for a question and answer session for participants who possibly would like to ask question. I realize that this seminar would not have been possible without the support, facilitation, assistance, and the utmost endeavor of various parties, especially the head of APTSIP, rector, and the chairman of Universitas Nasional. And also I have to mention the invited speakers. And more importantly, also all participants and the organizing committee, for which I am very grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of the seminar, there will be a signing of MOU, I think, between BITEC and various institutions, which will be held probably in the afternoon. Before I close this very short remark, ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare this seminar open. That is all my brief remarks, and if any of my words not pleasing to all audiences, I do apologize sincerely. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Edi Yuwono, PhD, as Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Nasional, for the opening remarks.
Terima kasih kepada Profesor Edi Yuwono, PhD, atas sambutannya.
And now we would like to invite Vice Chancellor for Academic, Student, and Alumni Affairs, Dr. Suryono Effendi, SA, MBA, MM, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Kami mengundang Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik, Kemahasiswaan, dan Alumni, Dr. Suryono Effendi, SE, MBA, MM, untuk menyampaikan sambutannya.
To Dr. Suryono, the time is yours.
Kepada Dr. Suryono, kami persilakan.
Terima kasih atas waktu yang diberikan pada saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati Sekretaris Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta Ilmu Pertanian Indonesia, APTSIPI, Ibu Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayati, MSI. Yang saya hormati Profesor Dr. Edi Yuwono, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Internasional. Yang saya hormati para narasumber yang hari ini hadir, Eksekutif Direktur of BITEC Ndayu Mart Sragen, Bapak Insinyur Budi Rustomo, PhD. Yang saya hormati Dr. Gracia Sinta, S. Ugut, MBI, PhD, Universitas Pelita Harapan. Yang saya hormati Associate Profesor Dr. Juwaidah Sahrifuddin, Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Dahlia Abbas, University of Tennessee, USA, dan para dekan yang hadir hari ini dari anggota APTSIPI seluruh Indonesia, dekan di lingkungan fakultas di lingkungan internasional, para mahasiswa, dosen, maupun peserta yang hadir, baik melalui daring maupun luring yang berbahagia. Dengan segala kerendahan hati, marilah kita senantiasa memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih dan Maha Pemurah atas limpahan karunia, rahmat dan hidayahnya. Kita dapat bersama-sama menghadiri kegiatan internasional seminar dan penandatanganan kerjasama di Gedung Cyber Library dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Bapak Ibu peserta hadirin yang saya hormati, saya atas nama Rektor Universitas Nasional mengucapkan terima kasih atas kepercayaan menjadikan Universitas Nasional sebagai tuan rumah pada acara seminar internasional Penthahelix Collaboration and Strategic Communication for the Successfull of Green Economic in Indonesia, serta penandatanganan kerjasama antara berbagai fakultas, berbagai universitas yang hadir pada hari ini dengan dunia industri yang nantinya bisa memperkuat untuk pelaksanaan MPKM, yaitu program Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka. Dan juga kami permohonan maaf dari Bapak Rektor karena berhalangan hadir hari ini, mengingat satu hal, Bapak Rektor tidak bisa bergabung pada hari ini dan beliau menitipkan salam hangat kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian. Bapak Ibu, pada hadirin yang saya hormati, kami mengucapkan selamat datang di Universitas Nasional. Universitas Nasional merupakan perguruan tinggi swasta pertama di Jakarta yang didirikan pada tahun 1949 oleh para tokoh-tokoh pejuang nasional dalam rangka memajukan pendidikan dan kebudayaan, serta mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa, serta bertujuan untuk melahirkan intelektual muda di bidang ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Universitas Nasional pada saat ini telah berusia 73 tahun. Universitas Nasional sampai saat ini telah memiliki 9 fakultas dan kurang lebih 14.000 mahasiswa, dan sekolah pascasarjana dengan total 32 program studi, dan alhamdulillah Universitas Nasional baru saja berhasil memperpanjang akreditasi institusi dengan predikat A. Mengakhiri sambutan ini, sekali lagi kami menyampaikan terima kasih kepada semua pihak, khususnya kepada APTSIPI, Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Swasta Ilmu Pertanian Indonesia, yang telah mendukung suksesnya acara ini. Selamat mengikuti seminar internasional dan melakukan penandatanganan kerjasama antar perguruan tinggi dengan dunia industri. Mudah-mudahan ini bagian yang membuat keberhasilan dari para di perguruan tinggi di lingkungan anggota APTSIPI. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Suryono Effendi, SA, MBA, MM, to delivered welcoming speech.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Suryono Effendi, SA, MBA atas sambutannya.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor to have the Secretary of APTSIPI, Professor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayanti, MSI, to deliver a keynote speech.
Acara selanjutnya adalah penyampaian keynote speech oleh Sekretaris APTSIPI, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayati, MSI.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayati, MSI.
Kepada Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayati, MSI, kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Good morning everybody. Respectable Associate Professor Dr. L. Amri Bermawi Putra, MA, Rector of University of Nasional Jakarta. Respectable Vice Rector and Deans, especially Vice Rector 1, Bapak Dr. Suryono Effendi, MBA, MM, and also especially Professor Dr. Anes, Dr. Edi Yuwono, Dean of Faculty Agriculture, University of Nasional Indonesia. Respectable keynote speakers, Professor Daria Abbas from University of Tennessee, USA, Associate Professor Juaida Sahrifuddin from University Putra Malaysia, and Bapak Insinyur Budi Rustomo, Rural Science PhD from Dayu Park Sragen, and Associate Professor Gracia Sinta S. Ugut, MBA PhD from University Pelita Harapan, respectable advisory board and members of Association of Indonesia Private Higher Education on Agriculture Sciences, APTSIPI, yang hadir pada pagi hari ini. Ada banyak dekan. Yang pertama dari Dekan Fakultas Pertanian UUMY, Ibu Indira, sebagai Ketua Harian. Monggo berdiri Ibu Indira, kita perkenalkan dulu satu persatu yang hadir. Ibu Indira, Ketua Harian APTSIPI. Kemudian ada Dewan Kehormatan APTSIPI yang hadir di sini dari Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Bapak Wafid Dinarto. Monggo berdiri Bapak, Dewan Kehormatan kami. Kemudian Dewan Kehormatan kami dari Institut Yogyakarta, Ibu Eni Rahayu, pendiri APTSIPI beliau ini. Kemudian Bapak Ibu Dekan yang hadir jauh-jauh dari Mataram, ini Bapak Budi dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, silakan berdiri Bapak. Kemudian dari Universitas Nahdlatul Wathon Mataram, Ibu Sukmawati. Ya, ini beliau dari Mataram jauh-jauh datang hadir di UNAS. Kemudian dari Universitas Cordova Sumbawa. Kami silakan berdiri Ibu. Kemudian dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Sukabumi, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian, monggo Ibu Amel. Kemudian dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, ini Pak D. Sularno. Kemudian dari Universitas Borobudur Jakarta, Ibu, terima kasih Ibu hadir di sini. Kemudian dari Universitas Trilogi Jakarta, monggo Ibu berdiri. Iya, terima kasih Ibu. Kemudian dari Universitas Nusa Bangsa Bogor, alhamdulillah, terima kasih kehadirannya Ibu. Kemudian dari Universitas Respati Indonesia, URINDO, alhamdulillah, terima kasih Ibu. Kemudian Dekan Fakultas Pertanian dari Universitas Widyagama Malang, terima kasih. Ini koordinator wilayah Jawa Timur hadir. Kemudian Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Tribuana Tunggadewi sebagai Ketua Harian 2. Terima kasih Pak Amir. Ada lagi yang belum saya sebutkan? Sudah insya Allah. Terima kasih. Ini dari rombongan Universitas UMJ luar biasa. Ini ada 8 orang ini yang hadir di sini. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Respectable the committee, administrator, faculty members, and all participants of this international seminar 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwardani MP, as the chairwoman of Association of Indonesia Private Higher Education on Agricultural Sciences, I am very happy to welcome our keynote speakers from Indonesia, Malaysia, USA, and all members of Association of Indonesia Private Higher Education on Agricultural Science, which join virtually today. Ladies and gentlemen, this international seminar with the theme of Penthahelix collaboration and strategic communication for the success of Green Economy in Indonesia is conducted to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Association of Indonesia Private Higher Education on Agricultural Sciences, or APTSIPI. Today, we are not only having the international seminar, but also having a focused discussion to plan our APTSIPI program. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia has the vision to develop more advanced, independent, and modern agriculture. The advancement of the agriculture sector is marked by increased production and productivity of food commodities that are in line with the Indonesian green economy policies. Ladies and gentlemen, a green economy is an economy that aims at reducing environmental risk and ecological scarcities, and that aims for sustainable development without degrading the environment. To be green, an economy must not only be efficient, but also fair. Fairness implies recognizing global and country-level equity dimensions, particularly in assuring a just transition to an economy that is low carbon, resource efficient, and socially inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, many industries are starting to promote their greening practices in a globalizing economy, also known as sustainability standard. These standards are special rules that guarantee the product, but especially agricultural products, don't hurt the environment and the people that make them. The number of these standards has grown recently, and they can now have built a new, greener economy. They focus on economic sectors like forestry, agriculture, industries, and many others. They concentrate on environmental factors like protecting water source and biodiversity, or reducing greenhouse gas emissions, support social protection, and works rights. Ladies and gentlemen, for this anniversary APTSIPI, on behalf of Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwandani MP, as the chairwoman of Association of Indonesian Private Higher Education on Agriculture Sciences, I would like to thank Universitas Nasional Jakarta, Indonesia, especially its Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, that is hosting this event very successfully, and all the members of APTSIPI who made our program happen. Ladies and gentlemen, the goal of our international seminar today is to bring people from universities, industries, and government together to cooperate and strengthen the green economy in Indonesia. Therefore, the MOU signings that we'll have today are very strategic for the development of our education, research, and community services, as well as for advancing science and technology to support our green economy for a more prosperous and harmonious life for all human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the participants can benefit from this international seminar for our personal and professional development goals. I also hope we can develop our networking and collaboration with scholars across the nation and globe. Ladies and gentlemen, for this anniversary APTSIPI, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this international seminar and anniversary of APTSIPI and celebration of its anniversary of Association Indonesian Private Higher Education of Agricultural Sciences, with the theme Penthahelix Collaboration and Strategic Communication for Success of Green Economy Indonesia. Thank you very much. And finally, I say wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayanti MSI for the very inspiring keynote speech.
Terima kasih kepada Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Hidayati atas keynote speech-nya.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as our warmest greeting, we would like to present a traditional dance from Betawi, Nandak Ajer.
Hadirin sekalian yang terhormat, sebagai salam hangat kami ingin mempersembahkan tarian tradisional dari Betawi, Nanda Ajer.
Without further ado, please welcome the dance of Betawi, Nandak Ajer.
Marilah kita sambut tarian Betawi, Nanda Ajer.
Please give a round of applause to the three beautiful dancers who present Nandak Ajar Dance from Betawi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before moving forward to the main session of this seminar, we're going to have a coffee break for 10 minutes.
Hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, kita akan masuk ke sesi coffee break selama 10 menit.
And I want to inform you, we have coffee corner on the right side and also snack corner on the left side of this building. So enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Sebagai informasi, kami memiliki coffee corner di sisi kanan dan juga snack corner di sisi kiri. Selamat menikmati.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will get to the core of this event, panel session. We have 4 speakers for today's seminar.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, kita akan masuk ke inti acara yaitu sesi panel. Kami memiliki 4 pembicara untuk seminar hari ini. Yang pertama, Insinyur Budi Rustomo, Mrur, SC, PSD, Direktur Eksekutif Ndayu Bitek Sragen. Yang kedua, Dr. Gracia Sinta S. Ugut, MBA dari Universitas Pelita Harapan.
And the third, we have Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Sarifudin from Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra Malaysia. And last one, but not least, we have Professor Dr. Dalia Abbas from University of Tennessee. And we are now very pleased to invite the honorable moderator for this panel session, Dr. Insinyur Secha Ganda Secha MAGR from Universitas Nasional.
Kami mengundang moderator yang terhormat untuk memandu sesi panel, Dr. Insinyur Secha Ganda Secha MAGR dari Universitas Nasional.
Please welcome him to the stage with a round of applause, Dr. Secha.
Kami persilahkan kepada Dr. Insinyur Secha Ganda Secha untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Alhamdulillah. The Honorables, Deputy Vice Rectors, UNAS, for Academic Student Affairs and Alumni, Dr. Siono Effendi. Good morning, welcome. And of course, the Honorables, Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, yeah, Universitas Nasional, Professor Dr. Edi Yuwono. Thank you for coming, and of course, Doctors Insinyur Nur Hidayati, yeah, MSc, please welcome. I'm very happy today as a moderator for the seminar session today's, and thank you, Mr. MC. Ms. MC has announced that today has 4 speakers, invited speakers. The honorable speakers, 2 has been here in auditoriums. Yeah, this is Insinyur Budi Rustomo, welcome, and of course, Dr. Gracia. Okay, welcome. And of course, we have also 2 speakers online, come from Malaysia. My colleague is Dr. Zuwaida Sarifudin, welcome. And of course, Professor Dr. Dalia Abbas, welcome to this seminar. Okay. So as we know, the collaboratives, Penthahelix collaboration, meaning that the collaboratives activity between institutions, yeah, there's institutions collaboration between governments, university, and of course, practitioners, yeah. We have also practitioners here is Insinyur Budi, and of course, green economy is one of the results in improved human well-being and social equity, with significantly reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. So today we would like to listen, yeah, and from 4 speakers. And as a moderator, I would like to remind you that each speakers will deliver about 20 minutes. Maybe Insinyur Budi will a bit more. I have okay, maybe it's okay. And I would like to remind you that maybe every single 2 minutes before, and I would like to remind the speaker, yeah. And if you have any question for the people, for the participant come here in the auditoriums, please deliver the question at the end of the session, yeah. After all speaker presented their presentations, and you can deliver a question. Please take your question until the end. Of course, for the online, maybe there's some chat box, yeah, from the online participant. We have actually 150 participants inside this room, and of course about 103 participants online. Okay, so I would like to maybe without further ado, I would like to welcome Insinyur Budi Rustomo, Master Rural of Science. Before that, I would like to NPSD, yeah, and I would like to maybe to introduce him So welcome, please welcome. Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, so Insinyur Budi Rustomo, Master of Rural Science and PhD. Okay, please welcome. Yes, yes. And then graduate from for bachelor's degrees from Fakulti Peternakan, Unsud ya, Purwokerto,
Yes.
Indonesia. Master Rural of Science from Department Animal Science, School of Rural Science, University of New England, Armidale, New South Wales, Australia. And of course, for PhD, it's come from graduate from Department of Animal and Poultry Science, University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. Yeah, and now he's as founder and executive director of Biotech and Dayu Sragen. Please welcome. The time is yours, Insinyur Budi. How are you
Okay,
today? Okay.
I'm fine. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Please welcome. Okay.
Dr. Seka. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying my best to deliver my presentation in English, but it's been a long time, about 10 to 15 years I've been a farmer. So maybe my delivery of the presentation might be using a mix in Bahasa and English. Okay. So you can help me to deliver it in English. Ibu dan Bapak sekalian, so while waiting for the PowerPoints to present, let me introduce myself. My name is Budi Rustomo. I used to be a lecturer, but now I'm a farmer. I'm a farmer. I'm leading the integrated farm with the names BTEC. BTEC is the stand for Biofarming, Teaching and Education Center farm, which is an integrated farm. So the BTEC farm is a production farm and also a teaching farm as well. As the name suggests, Biofarming, Teaching and Education Farm. So it is a production farm and also teaching farm. And also we can use it as outdoor laboratory and also for agro-tourism farm. So many people come to my farms to do like internship, field study, outbound and outdoor lecture or outdoor class. So I've been establishing the farms about 5 years, but before I also have already established another farm in another place. So the farm, BTEC farm, is located in Sragen. Sragen is one of the district in Central Java. It's not far from Surakarta and Yogyakarta. Okay, the PowerPoint is not ready yet. Today presentation, I would like to present 3 parts of different topic. First, I would like to share my experience in the way how I implement zero waste agriculture, zero waste integrated biofarming. First, and secondly, I would like to share production of organic fertilizer by using sheep bedding from the sheep barn. So the composted bedding from the sheep barn, I use it as organic fertilizer for soil improver and also for improving the crop production. Then at the end of this presentation, I would also like to present the collaboration between BTEC and also several universities from all over Indonesia. And so far we have about 7 universities who already signed the MOU with us, and also already signed the cooperations with us. And we have conducted like cooperation in doing MBKM internship, and also resource sharing. I was invited to give a lecture in the university, industrial lecture, and also the academic staff from the university come to my place also for doing training in my farm. That's the cooperation. So today I would like to give you an experience at the end of my presentation about the way how I handle the internship of university student in my farm. Okay, so is that ready for the PPT?
The technician, please proceed the slide presentation.
Sudah.
Okay, maybe still in preparation. Again, okay. Any technical problem?
Any technical problem? Okay, so while
waiting, continue.
Yeah.
So I have been there, then you have a very amazing integrated farming, yeah?
Yes.
So in Sragen.
Yes.
So for that one, so hopefully this one is collaboration for the next. What kind of collaboration do you want to build between you and others?
One of the department in University of General Sudirman, we have a collaboration in doing research project. So especially the microbiology laboratory, yes, because we want to develop like microorganisms that can be used for improving the quality of the organic fertilizer. And also we also have another research cooperation in making a feed for the fish, the baby fish. Yeah, baby fish. So far we have conducted an internship, collaboration in internship, and also for industrial lecture, and also for research. Yeah, research. And we are welcome for the university to use our farm to become an outdoor laboratory. So the student can come to our place to practice what they have learned in campus, and then they can do it in our farm. That's what the collaboration that we have done so far.
And then very interesting, why you use the Andayu Park, yeah, for your integrated farming? Is this any reason for that one?
Well, Dayu Park is actually the tourist destination. Is a amusement center there. It was built about 30 years ago. That's the Dayu Park itself. Yeah, there is a water park in that, and then also there is a mini zoo as well. Then we try to integrate it into agrotourism there. So we are producing a production farm, but also we want to build a farm inside the tourist destination. So I want to give an inspiration for the millennials. That's agriculture, livestock production also can be built in a tourist destination area.
This one is integrated farming, including the agro-ecotourism.
Yes, that's right. Agro-eco-edu-tourism.
Edu-tourism.
Yes, that's right.
So far, this zero waste has been successfully achieved. Yeah, you can really from this integrated farming, no waste come out from this one.
We are trying to develop like a circular economy. Like we have to minimize the zero waste, and also minimize the external input. So we are trying to make a model of closed loop nutrient and energy inside that integrated farm.
Very good. So we are very proud, yeah, with Institute Budi Rustomo, and I've been there, and I'm very happy there over there to see. Really, you have created a very good integrated farming, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, is there any slide presentation can provide for Institute Budi Rustomo, so he can present using the slide presentation, or if not, maybe we need to find some solution.
Yes.
Or we try to invite the second speaker, maybe.
Yes, please.
No problem.
No problem.
I
No
would like to
problem.
invite Dr. Gracia, maybe. If there's
Oh, yeah,
okay,
that's
no problem. Dr. Gracia.
That's it.
Please welcome again, no problem. But I think, yeah, no, just ready for Dr. Engineer Budi Rustomo. Okay, but again, please welcome Dr. Gracia to sit here together with us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much from University of Pelita Harapan, yeah, Jakarta. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. But
Okay.
Alhamdulillah,
So
okay.
shall we continue that?
Yes.
One? Okay.
Okay, Dr. Gracia, I would like to let Dr. Insinyur Budi Rustomo, PhD, to present first. Okay?
So it's okay.
Yeah,
No,
over
no.
there. You can stand. You can stand over there.
Is it?
That's one. Yeah. And you can stand around. Yeah. Yes, this one is for the next. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please welcome Insinyur Budi Rustomo, PhD. Yeah.
Well, sorry for the technical problem for that. I would like to continue the presentation. So the presentations, the title is Implementation of Zero Waste Integrated Biofarming and Cooperation with Universities to Develop Penthahelix Ecosystem in Agricultural Bioindustry. So, was that here or there? Just next, please. Next. Can I control it from here?
If you can control, just say next. Okay, next. Okay.
Next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next.
So the presentation I would like to divide into three separate topic. First, I want to share the implementation of zero waste integrated biofarming in BTEC Farm. Then secondly, I would like to give or share the production of organic fertilizer made from livestock waste of composted bedding of sheep barn for improving soil biodiversity and also crop production. And last, I would also like to present how I cooperate with several universities as the Freedom of Learning Campus to develop relevance in the agriculture job market's needs. Okay, next please. Can I control this one here? Okay. Next please.
I think there's need operator over there. Please next slide. Okay.
Okay. Okay, that is the BTEC integrated farm. This is located in Sragens. Next, at Dayu Park. Dayu Park, as I said already, is a tourist destination. So we built the BTEC farm inside the tourist destination. So we try to keep clean farm inside the tourist destination. Next, please. Next. Okay. Can I play this video for a while, please? That this is the site map of BTEC farm at Dayu Park. Can you play this video, please? Oh my. Okay, that's okay. Well, the insights that the farm also, there is a mini zoo, some deer there, and then also a crocodile, but it's not many. So just a mini zoo. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. At the farm also, it's not far from the farm, there is a boarding house. So if the students wants to do internship, they can also stay in the boarding house. Okay. Well, we can provide the rooms, about 100 rooms, or the students who can stay there is about 150 students. And there is a mosque there also, and with the free Wi-Fi as well. Okay, next please. Okay, now start with agricultural bioindustry. Bioindustry is an industry that makes use of biotechnology and other advanced life science methodology in the creation and alteration of life forms or process. So agriculture bioindustry aims to introduce sustainable agriculture practices with the best yield potential, reduce costs or external inputs, and minimize adverse effects on environment. Next, please. So in talking about the green economy, we talk about the bioeconomy, circular economy, and green economy. Bioeconomy, the production of renewable biological resources and their conversion into value-added products, where circular as the reuse and recycling of resources. This is the ones that I would like to give you an example of circular economy that has been practiced in our farm. Next, please. Well, circular economy is as opposed to linear economy, which is take, make, and dispose, while circular economy focuses on ways to eliminate waste and limit the use of natural resources by reusing, repurposing, and recycling. Next, please. So we have a zero waste principle of 5R: reduce, reduce, reuse, recycle, and road. And we also practice all the 5R in our farm. Zero waste is a philosophy, is a lifestyle of living without waste in order to support the life cycle of natural resources, thereby products are able to be reused sustainably. And zero waste is not the goal, but it is a process. Next, please. Now, I'll try to give presentation in the way how I implement integrated zero waste biofarming at BTEC Farm. Next. Yeah. The terminology of zero waste biofarming is biofarming, which is an environmentally friendly farming practices by utilizing microorganisms in the cyclical and biological process of crops, livestock, and fish production. So during the biological process here, we use bioremediation, biodegradation, biosynthesis, biotransformation, bioleaching, and biotreatment. So in the circular biofarming here, we utilize microorganisms, whether bacteria, yeast, fungi, or algae. So the material that is used in the circular biofarming is agricultural waste, food waste, industrial waters for fish pond, and also livestock waste. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. This is the circular and the closed loop integration of crops, livestock, and aquaculture that is practiced in our farm using microorganisms in the biological process. Crops here we produce, and then they give a byproduct. The byproduct is processed through the biological processes into the feed of the livestock. And the livestock also give the byproduct, which is processing into biofertilizer to fertilize the soil or to be a soil improver. And that is the closed loop of the integration of crops, livestock, and also for aquaculture. Also, there is a waste product, wastewater product, can be used to become a liquid fertilizer for the soil improver as well. And all of this closed loop here, we use a microorganism in the process. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. The processing agriculture waste here, the potential microorganism in biofarm contribute to the processing agriculture waste and byproducts to produce feedstock for various products. And secondly, for processing livestock waste and wastewater to produce organic fertilizer, and increasing production and efficiency of agriculture, livestock, and aquaculture industry. And fourth, for mitigating pollution, protecting the environment, and conserving the resources. Then last is the microorganism can be used for sustaining agriculture process. Next, please. So the circular economy in agriculture centers on the production of agriculture commodities using low minimum amounts of external input to closing nutrient loops and then third, reducing negative discharges to the environment, like in the forms of residual waste and emission. So in the livestock production, we have a problem in emission of the methane. So I would like to share that experience, the way how we reduce negative discharge to the environment. Next, please. Okay. The first question in the integration is, why do we need ruminant animals in the integrated farming? First, ruminants can turn food we cannot eat. It's inedible food and change through the biological process in the rumen to the nutrient that is dense in protein. Secondly, ruminant utilize land we cannot crop while performing important ecosystem functions like increasing biodiversity and sequestering carbon. That is the recent topic that is discussed globally. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. This is the reason why I integrate ruminant in this integrated farming. 86% of the global livestock feed intake is made of materials that are inedible by humans, like 46% grass and leaves, 90% crop residues, 8% fodder crops, 5% oilseed cakes, and 5% byproduct, and 3% other non-edible, 30% grain. When for the ruminant, even the grain, using grain is much lower. Then 1% is other edible. So that's why when looking at what only ruminants eat, the numbers are even lower for grain at only 10% global rumen feed ration. That is the reason why I integrate this integrated farming with the sheep. Sheep is one of the ruminant. Okay, next please. This is the reason. So when we produce the crop, consequently, we produce the residues. So that residue is through the biological process is changed into another product. Next, better livestock integration. Okay, next please. Next please. Next please. Yes. Okay. Livestock contribute to the bioeconomy and overall food output here by increasing crop productivity through manure and animal traction. Total nutrient from livestock manure exceeds nutrient from synthetic fertilizer. In global perspective, the livestock manure supplies up to 12% of the gross nitrogen input for cropping and up to 23% in mixed crop livestock system in developing countries. And we try to increase the use of byproduct and agriculture waste to become a feed livestock. Then integrating livestock into the circular bioeconomy can be achieved by increasing the share of byproducts or waste that humans cannot eat. Yeah. and recovering or by recycling and recovering nutrients and energy from animal waste. Next, please. This is the way. In our farm also there is a dairy cows. The dairy cows dung is used for making a biogas, and then the slurry can be used to the soil fertilizer, and then the biogas can be used for to stove in the farm, and then also the dairy cows produce milk that can be given to the lambs, because in the beginning of life of the sheep they need a milk. This is the one of the reason of the example of using a cycle or circular agriculture. Next, please. This is the practice, and there is a current research in using microorganism, microalgae like Chlorella vulgaris, who can use for producing biofuel or biomethane. So that's also an example of using microorganism in biocircular economy. Next, please. Okay, so the challenge in livestock production is it has been estimated that livestock production contributes 14.5% of overall greenhouse emission that drive climate change. Significant amounts of particulate gases, like 5% from anthropogenic CO2 emissions, 44% of anthropogenic methane emission. That this is the topic that I would also like to give you in the farm, the way how to minimize the methane emission. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So there are many approaches or solutions for that's problems, that challenge. So two reasons, like improving diet so that animal produce more protein with less feed and lower emission, and second, better manure management. That's also two solutions that has been practiced in my farm. Next, please. So now I would like to give you an example of the way how I produce circular economy, circular bio industry in agriculture, using a biofertilizer made from livestock waste of composted sheep bedding for improved soil biodiversity and crop production. Next, please. Okay, the principle of composting is actually, composting is the mixing of a carbon sources with organic material high in nitrogen in the correct environmental condition. Correct mean here is the condition of a temperature of the pack and also the moisture content of the pack. And the main carbon source in this example in my farm is using a sawdust. Again, sawdust is also a waste product. So we use a sawdust for bedding of the sheep barn, and then the sheep barn it's composted into organic fertilizer. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, that's the way we make the bedding preparation on the farm here. We use the bedding for the comfort animal or for the animal welfare points of view. By using bedding, next please, by using bedding, the animal will live comfortably. Next, please. Okay. Animal welfare becomes, like the current topic of discussion in a globally. So this is very important, and it is not practiced yet in Indonesia. So we try to develop sheep breeding farm with also implementing animal welfare principle. So the sheep welfare and health are important indication of the compost bed. So if the compost bed is good, the sheep welfare and health are good. Sheep are clean, very comfortable, and have fewer laminates. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah.
Excuse me, doctor. Maybe 2 minutes left. Yeah.
Okay. Next, please. Okay. This is the way, this is the example of compost bedded pack that is used for making organic fertilizer. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. And this is the harvesting way of the compost. Next. Next. Yeah. And we use also, again, we use a microorganism for biological process of nitrification. So that's why the farm is not smell bad, because there is a nitrification microorganism that is used for spraying the bedding. Okay, next please. This is the example. Next please, next please, next. Yes, next. Okay, there is a correlation, previous. There is a correlation between moisture content and also the thermophilic microbe. Thermophilic microbes, when the thermophilic microbe increase, the thermophobic microbe decrease. Thermophobic microbe usually is pathogenic, or the microbes that can make disease, like a bad microbe. So when thermophilic increase, the thermophobic will decrease. And it depends also on the moisture content of the bedding. So when the bedding is already wet, we have to put some more bedding sawdust. Next, please. This I would like to give next, please. This is the waste, a monthly production of the waste of a bedding waste, and then make it into organic fertilizer, and we sell it. 1 meter here. Sorry, the bedding harvesting here, the compost bedding harvesting here is 4.5 tons per month here, and the cost, the price for the organic fertilizer is about 1,000. So on the size of barn, 4 times 3 meters square, they can produce about 4 tons per month. So 4 tons per month, it means that 4 times 4 millions we can earn from selling the compost bedding for organic fertilizer. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. That's also in other countries already use the bedding material spread on grassland and arable lands. And it's proof that they can improve the soil biodiversity. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. This is the example of bioremediation of the paddy field using organic and unorganic. And the production is much different. The stronger, and again, more interesting that the fiber content, the nitrogen and protein content of the straw, rice straw also increase. So it can improve also for the feedstock, that by using the organic fertilizers here, produce more rice and produce better rice straw for the feed stock of the ruminants. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is an example of integration with the community, with the farmer in the village, in the way how to produce. We try to socialize using organic fertilizer, and the result is good. The farmer is already understand that using organic fertilizer is not a quick and process. It takes time to do that. There is also a story there that the farmer is also very happy. The first year is not good result, but the next year he has a good result. Next, please. And that is a mix. Next, please. Next, please. A mix organic rice and guava. Okay. Okay. The mix of farming here is using rice and guava. Then we also use for remediation of the soil for cultivating salad. Next, please. For cultivating salad, corn, odot grass, and orange. Next, please. That is and also for organic eggplant as well. Next, organic eggplant, organic lemon, also good, using the fertilizer, and also organic water apple. It's good, very good. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. And one thing that is important in this process is using fruit waste, skin, and peel to make ecoenzyme. And the ecoenzyme as well can use for making a disinfectant. The disinfectant here is used for cleaning up and biosecurity of the farm. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, this is a video. Next, please. Next, please. Now, as I told you, why I integrate livestock and agriculture here, there is a reason, because in the livestock production, we shift the use of conventional feed into the waste and byproduct of agriculture. Next, please. This is an example of that, but next, for ruminants, we use like a circle. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is the circular. We produce rice here using a biofertilizer from composite bedding, and the rice straw can be used for silage, and the silos go back to the animal using the silage of rice or silage goes back to the animal. That's the circular economy. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is the way how make. Next, please. Here, rice straw salad as the basal diet of the wielding lamb. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. This is another example of circular economy in agriculture as well. Corn stalk can be used for animal feed by biological process here, making silage, and also corn crop as well, and goes back to the animal. Animal give a fertilizer to the plants. That's also the sign of circular bio industry in agriculture. Next, please. Yeah, that's a sorghum as well, like that. The same thing. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. Next, please. Another thing, an example is azolla. Is the integration between fish pond, between fish, our aquaculture, and also the agriculture, and also the livestock production. Next, please. Next, please. Here. This is the example of student doing magang or internship. Here, as I told in the previously, we are having a cooperation with several universities. Next, please. To do the magang, this practice enceng gondok, wet and dried and siling. That student practice that process. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is also a project that is made by the student while doing magang or internship in our farm. They create a project that can be an entrepreneurship model.
Excuse me, doctor, maybe the time is up.
Yeah, next, please, next, please, next, please, next, please, next, please. Yeah, that is the cooperation. Last but not least, cooperation with university, the freedom of learning campus to develop synergy and relevance in the agriculture bio industry job market needs. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. As I said before, we have a several cooperation with the several university. Next, please. In Java and Central Java. To support the synergy, we also provide entrepreneurship training. We can also support by doing internship and also research. That is a BTech cooperation with other universities so far. Next, please. Yes, next, please. That is the science of science MOU and cooperation with several universities. Next, please. Next, please. I would like to go. That is the magang MBKM with the students from several universities. I was supervising as a field supervisor there. I also as a coach of that internship program. Next, please. I would like to give you a little bit. And this one, another, I give a lecture or industrial lecture in the university. Next, please. And then the university staff come to our place as well to do a research and also training. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Why the unique education sector is important to be a circular economy? Because the implementation and transition to bio-circular economy dependent on how individual learn to innovate and apply what they have learned in the real world. That is the reason why I'm interested in doing cooperation with the university, because I want to have a graduate who are really ready to do a job in agricultural industry. Next. Okay. Next, yeah. I use the undergoji and hitagoji environment here when doing the magang. In the undergogical environment, I'm as advisor, is a mentor or guide, but I'm to find their own solution to the task and the advisor says. And here I try to develop self-directed learning for the student. Then the hutagogical approach, I as a coach encourage students to find their own problem and questions to answer, not teaching, but I'm trying to find their own, to help them to find their own problem. So students can seek out areas of uncertainty and complexity in the subject. Self-determined learning. So in that case, I also develop case-based learning and problem-based learning during the internship. Next, I'll give you the example next year. So the field advisor here is the function as coach. The coach here, I'm trying to give a motivation, coach potential, increasing potential, increasing develop that potential, increase the skill, support what they want to do, and give a little bit knowledge and advice. So what is actually coaching here doing in the internship program is change from fixed mindset student to have a growth mindset student. So after finishing that internship, they can develop their own self. They can really improve their career here because they already have self-determination to select what they are interested in learning. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, that's next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. This is the way students self-directed, 2 minutes, Pak Seka, self-directed and self-determined learning to decide their individual and group project during internship program. So in other activities like doing day-to-day management in my farm, students are also asked, I'm asking them to do a special project based on their interest, personal interest, while doing personally and also doing in a group project. Next, please. This is the example. This is, so what students do at that time? They develop the project plan, they prepare the project like material and facilities, they prepare themselves, execute the project, demonstrate the product of the project, and report the project to the advisor and also to the academic staff in their university, and make a business plan. This is very important. After they've done the project, they try to make a business plan for their future, and last they have to present the project result and the business plan to the lecturer in their university. So they have presents the project in front of us and also in front of their lecture. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. This is the self-directed learning.
Doctor, your presentation has been 40 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Last year, at the end, yeah, his organic fertilizer project, they have a project, already so many projects they have already selected, and then they try to, okay, next, please. So many projects that student can make it. Like next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, so many projects that student can get. Next, please. Next, please. Next, yeah. There's an example of project. They have project and they designs the market. Also, the designs, the packaging, the market. Next, please. Yes, like that also. Next, please. Yeah. And another interesting thing, they also tried a project of farm to table. They make a cooking from the farm. Next place. Yeah. Last but not least, at the end of the program, they have to make self-assessment and self-reflection before finishing that program. And then they present of their final project to us and also to the lecturer in that university. Last, okay, sorry, this is the end, okay. By having a benefit of coaching, this is the end, the individual can improve communication and relationship, behavioral change, and personal growth. This is very important because the current job market needs, they need a soft skill. So this is also the benefit of coaching. So, and also they have to, they can, for the team, they can increase cooperation and collaboration, improve performances, and reduce conflicts. That is the soft skill that is improved during the magang by giving them with the coaching system or model. So that is my presentation so far. And we also invite cooperation with the university, other university, to do more activities that can be collaborated together between university and BTech Farm. Thank you so far. Sorry for the extension of the time. Thank you so far. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Budi Rustomo. Very good, very good. Very detailed and very clear presentations, and there's so many benefits, yeah, for us, especially for our student from Faculty of Agriculture. They can go to BITEC, yeah, for coaching and so on and so forth. Then hopefully that they can benefit something from them. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Gracia. But before that, I would like to read the CV. Associate Professor Dr. Gracia Ugut has extensive experience in managing higher education institution and international partnership with a strong academic background as a full professor of finance and as business developer in academic setting. From 2001 and 2013, she was the Dean of Executive Education at the Asia Institute of Management, the oldest business school in Asia, set up by Harvard Business School in Manila in 1968. Yeah. Before joining the institute, she had been working as a banker in Europe and Southeast Asia. She's also certified training from consultative group to assist the poorest, yeah, for microfinance in Asia. She was serving as a senior advisor to the board of Cards MRR, the largest microfinance institution in the Philippines. Yeah, you are Philippines? Are you Philippines? No, Indonesian. Oh, but so many Philippines experience. So from 2005 and 2012, and head of a panel of jury of Arabia CSR Forum Award in Dubai, 2008 and 2016. Since returned to Jakarta, 2014, welcome to Jakarta. Yes, has been the Dean of University Pelita Harapan Business School, and she served a council member of Global Education Council of the World Economic Forum between 2015 and 2017, and Ketua Komisi Tetap Pendidikan Vokasi in Kadin Pusat from 2015 to 2020. Trained as a financial economist, her research interest is capital markets and fixed income markets and strategies. She also continuously explores the ideas of the intersection between modern finance and sustainability ESG issues. So Gracia Ugut earns her PhD Finance Economic from Vienna University of Economic, Austria in 1995. Without further ado, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Gracia Ugut. Please welcome. The time is yours. Yes, sama-sama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. This is a very opportune time to share some of the discussion. I'm not coming in from the agriculture school, nor I have a background in agriculture. But as an economist, I found that agriculture sector is very important for the country, not just Indonesia, but also for many of the country in the world, given that we have an issue of the rising of the food price and less, what do you call that, popular about working in the agriculture sector. So I would like to get some help for the slides. Can we go back to the, yes, thank you very much. I will bring in a different perspective which is not purely coming in from agriculture, but is something related to what we call transferring to the green economy. And what does it mean? So this is very important for us. Okay, should I go there or where should I? Let me try. Give us, nope. Oh, there, it's working, it's working. That's great. Okay, terima kasih. So one of the topic that we will have to understand, there is a huge discussions and interest during the G20 meeting, the latest G20 meeting in Bali. And this is one of the things that many countries are trying to negotiate to move forward. And if you remember, few months before the G20 meeting in Bali, there is a meeting of COP28. So this is communication on progress, which is part of the movement in the world to address the issue of the climate change. So the perspective that I will bring in is part of what we call the Penthahelix of the collaboration and strategy, because we will understand from this presentation that a communication and collaborations across different sectors, across different interest group will actually be the necessary conditions in order for us to achieve the green economy transitioning process. So let me start with my first slides of the presentations. Oops, there you are. Perhaps it's not really clear, but this will show you about the Indonesia position to become the high income country. So at the moment, Indonesia has graduated from low income to the middle income. And the objective is by 2045, we will reach to this high income country. Now, if you look into this, it's very clear that, no, I have to do that. Yeah, never mind. So if you look into this, it's very clear that the GDP per capita that we do expect at the 2045 will be reaching $23,200. And this is actually very high compared to what we have now in the year of 2020 of around 4,546. So if you look into this, the blue one is our current positions more or less in the year 2022. It's a big leap. It's a very big effort and process in order for us actually to reach that number of 2045. However, we understand also what's going on in this year because if you look into the numbers itself, we also want to understand that where we are standing at this point in time, when most of the, okay, hold on, give me a second. Next, please. I give up with this. So next, please. Yeah. So if you look into this, these are all the macroeconomic stability and performance of Indonesia. Many countries are complaining right now, living in the very difficult time where inflation pressure is very high. Many of this inflation pressure is actually coming in also from the food security issue and also the supply chain for the food. And this has caused many countries actually to suffer. If you look into Indonesia, that I highlighted in yellow, it's very clear that Indonesia inflation is a little bit high, but it's not as high as other countries. So if you look into other countries, many of them, including also Russia and the United States, is almost double digit at this point in time. The country who just won the World Cup few days ago was also on the top of the inflation's number. So this is one of the biggest challenge for most of the economy. And in the second graph, you will see also the performance of Indonesian rupiah. Many of my colleagues in the Faculty of Business and Economy is always complaining that how the rupiah has weakening, and we are actually having quite a number of issues because of that. But if you look very carefully, the performance of Indonesian rupiah is not as bad as other country currency. And the last one is also the performance in the stock index. Despite of, the turbulence during the pandemic and also after the pandemic, the Indonesian stock exchange is actually still performing well, in sense that the growth is still very much positive. So despite it's a small positive number, if you look on top of that, it's still the yellow one, which is still in the positive area. Next, please. All right, so what we have now is priority that we have to talk about in the Indonesian priority. This is basically transforming to the sustainable development. So the economic growth of Indonesia brings another challenge because basically it has environmental and social impacts. And this including pollution, forest degradations, deforestations, and income inequality. So when it comes to the climate change, there is a lot of issue on this that will have an impact to the physical environment, ecosystem, and human society, such as displacing a lot of people. As the largest archipelagic country with extensive low-lying and small island area, Indonesia is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to the negative impact of the climate change. And don't forget, when we talk about the environment, it's only one side of the discussion. The more important is related to the inequality gaps that actually been shown here by looking into the Gini coefficient index. In the year 2000, the Gini coefficients is around, I believe is much lower, around 22, but by 2022 is expected to be 38.1. So the inequality has increased significantly. So Indonesia needs to transform the economy by promoting sustainable development. The urgency of shifting toward a green and sustainable economy has been underlined by the international community through the COP meetings, and also balancing the implication of climate change, environmental degradation, and economic and social growth. I would like to share with you, next please. On the picture of this one, what we call the Green Economy Index. I believe many of you have seen this picture. And if you look into this, the three main in the second circle is reflecting the what we call is the triple bottom line, which is the environmental performance, social performance, and of course is the economic performance. Now, if we look into the environmental performance, which is now is one of the most important performance that had been discussed, there is issue of the forest cover, share of renewable energy as part of the mix of the energy. And remember, government of Indonesia has a target for that. For 2025, that the renewable will be around 25% to around 40% of the total mixed energy. And then manage waste. While I'm listening to Pak Budi presentation earlier, he's talking about using the peel of the vegetable and fruits is basically as disinfectant, right? So this is one of the effort that how you manage waste. And this is becoming a big issue in the country. And of course, that one of the other is percentage of the greenhouse gases or GHG emission reduction target. OJK, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, is trying to make this percentage of the GHG emission reduction as a mandatory reporting. Even financial institutions like banks, they have to make it into their report when it comes to their sustainability reporting, that very clear on how much is GHG gas that they are able to reduce from year to year. And there must be also very detailed into that GHG emission. They put it as scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So that has to be reported. It's mandatory. Investors want to know. So this is not only just for the scientists to look into the number. And also they want also to measure usually percentage of the degraded peatland, right? And this is very important to be reported. That is on the environmental. Please don't forget, even that when you are in the agriculture sectors, you cannot only just deal with the environmental issues, but you have also to deal with the social issues. And these social issues, which is the second circle under social, have a lot of issues on unemployment rate, for example, and poverty rate. Poverty means that perhaps is under $2 a day, under $10 a day, but people cannot live with only like, those amount of money. Unemployment rate is very important. If you're talking particularly about the agriculture sector, you will see that the largest movement, mobility of the employment is actually happening in the agriculture sectors in the last 10 years. And many of them that out of the agriculture sectors and going to the industry and manufacturing and service sectors are women in the agriculture sectors. So this is becoming very important to understand. 30 to 40 years ago, agriculture sectors is one of the largest contributor to the GDP. 40 years ago. Now the share is already going down. It's around 38 to 39% of the GDP. But the growth in the agriculture sector is very slow. It's very low. It's less than 2%. This speaks volume about the challenges that we are facing actually in the agriculture sectors. And that actually also contributing to many other issues like poverty. The third one on the social is about life expectancy. So the life expectancy is also very important because the major concern in Indonesia, people love to say that we have the young people as the dividend, basically is a golden generation's dividend to have more young people. But come to think about this life expectancy, is that one of the largest challenges in healthcare, aside from the issue of COVID, is the issue of stunting. Stunting means that children below 5 years old basically do not grow as expected in terms of their weight and height. And this has been a huge problematic issue that had been handled by Ministry of Health for many years, because the issue of malnutrition is not just simple as lacking of food, but it's also about education of their parents. They don't understand about the nutrition well. They don't understand why it's so important actually to vaccinate their children. Now, many of us perhaps will say, oh yeah, but that's not really related to what we are doing here now. The problem is that this 5-year-old kid in 15 years will go to the workforce. We'll start working in our manufacturing. We'll start working also in our industry sectors. You can imagine if the workforce are coming in from these generations of children, that they have lack of malnutrition, their brain basically were not able to grow as is. So as a result, you will see their ability will be limited. One of the aspects for the sustainable green economy is that to be able to create jobs for people that are able to deal with new technology, having higher adaptations, having enough science and technology background or engineering background, because this will be needed, whether that is really related to the agriculture, engineering, right? Or some other type of work. This is one of the concerns that I will take a little bit of my time to discuss about this issue of the mean tier of the schooling, you know, and also the life expectancy. With the very bad nutrition that they had during their childhood, many people will have possibilities of having degenerative issues, you know, disease in their later years. But also at the same time, this will give us a lot of challenges in terms of how do we educate young people in this country. So the PISA score, PISA, I believe many of you have heard about this, which is the program for international student assessment that had been done in 178 countries in the world, showing that Indonesia rank is between 73 to 76. Is it good or bad? Well, it's in the middle, right? Now, of course, we are not comparing ourselves with some countries that in the very difficult places like in Africa, but we also benchmark ourselves with our neighbor. Where is Vietnam? Oh, Vietnam is number 18. Oh, where is actually Japan? Oh, Japan is number 7. What are they looking into this PISA score, telling us about what are needed for performing very well in terms of that schooling and life expectancy of our populations? So if you look very carefully, the PISA score is actually score for reading, mathematics, and science. These are not something that very sophisticated, and it will be done in local language. It's not on English. Yeah. So this is very important for us to understand that why we have to pay attention to this kind of educations. We are concerned about the quality of the students that coming into your campus. It has to start long way back, you know, in the when they are very young, when they are less than 5 years old. They should not get any into this stunting, right?
Excuse me, doctor. It's 2
Yeah.
minutes left. 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Okay. All right. And then for the economic, as we know, industrial sector, agriculture productivity, gross national income is very important. And also the final energy intensity. Now, there's some data that I will show, but that can be flashed very quickly. Next, please. Yeah. When it comes to the shares of reducing the per capita CO2, we will see Indonesia is the yellow one, which is still below the global average. If you look into the more developed countries, they were above the global average, and Indonesia is still below. So, but it doesn't mean that we will not be able to do better. So the next slide is one of the most important. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah, this is the model that we have to understand. We need to achieve energy transition. And the conventional growth patterns usually will talk about the importance of economic growth, increase of the energy use, but at the same time, when you increase the energy use, you will have also what we call emission increase. that is also one of the things that we have to address through the energy transition. So if you look into this energy transition, you will have two strategies. The first one is what we call energy mix decarbonization. And then the second one is the switch from the fossil fuel to electricity. And this is the clean electricity with solar, wind, water that you have to generate the electricity. The presentations earlier by Dr. Budi is actually talking about this. How do you capture into so many of these gases that actually very important to be addressed, because that gases actually will produce the greenhouse gases. So I believe that it was discussed about the methane gas. Why it's important to have bedding for the animal, because when they have comfortable surrounding or welfare, then expectation is that they will not be producing too much of this kind of gas. So these are the two strategies that the country has to adopt. Now, I will skip the next one, please. The next one after this. Next, please. Yes. So here are the energy transition strategy. So what you will be seeing, there are energy transition mechanism or ETM that will be done by the government of Indonesia. And then there is also that among the ASEAN partnership. Again, when we do all this transitioning mechanism, we cannot do it alone. We need collaboration, we need partnership. Now, in terms of the government of Indonesia, there is national effort to accelerate the process. We will choose one of the CFPP for piloting the early retirement of the carbon projects and targeting the end of 2020 to start with the pilot project and to have country platform for upscaling and institutionalization of the blended finance mechanism. And then on the partnership on ASEAN is more or less is the same, except that the target is going to be in the regional basis. Please pay attention to the last sentence. This is the one that I will need my 2 minutes just to finish on this point. Going to sustainable development, transitioning to the green economy will need money. It's not something that for free you can do. So therefore, discussion on the issue of the finance mechanism is becoming very important. Can we now move to the next slide? So this is where the Penthahelix is coming in. So Penthahelix is actually not a new thing. We learned about this terminology actually in the old days by calling what we call multi-stakeholder collaborations. That is Penthahelix. So if you look into this multi-stakeholder, there is public and private. That's why public and private partnership is one of the modalities. And then you will have to work also with the civil society. Many organizations or companies usually will shun this basically NGO. And then we have also media. And here we are in the blue bubble. The blue bubble is the academic. This is very important. Each of these multi-stakeholder members has responsibility, right? So this responsibility can be policy and regulations formulations, law enforcement is very important, but also we help in doing R&D innovation and also policy recommendations coming in from the academia. The public-private partnership also will allow actually for the company to do innovation, investment, R&D policy recommendations. So these are all the Penthahelix that we have as our topic for today. And what is very important also, we want to have also a shared governance issue to manage all these different multi-stakeholder relationship. Okay, I have 2 slides that talk actually on what kind of technology and innovation and how this will have an implications also to financing the sustainable. But since time is quite critical, I'm just looking into my proposal, and I have also it's a policy brief paper. If you are interested, can be released later on by the committee of this event, that I'm writing on the importance of having subnational bonds or municipal bonds or local government bonds actually to support the transitions to green economy. I'm wondering, like, if we have this BTEC in the Sragen, perhaps also can get a support from the local government of provincial Central Java, for example, when they are issuing funding through what we call municipal bonds, but to support private sector endeavors of Dr. Budi, for example, to partner with the academia and others. So what I really want you is that to look into the last slide, please. After that, please. Yeah, this is another slide that you can read later on. Now, this one. So just to close on this discussion and also presentations, if you look into what happened is that in 2020, government of Indonesia is actually allocating $49 billion or around 695 trillion rupiah. It's almost 700 trillion rupiah for healthcare, social assistance, and small business basically support, just to cushion on the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of money government has to borrow, right? However, this also will have an implications. This reallocation will reduce the fiscal capacity of national government. Basically, government will have limited fiscal space for doing this. Therefore, it's very important actually, the issue of transitioning to the green economy is not done only at the national government level, but it has also to be done at the sub-national government level, at the municipality, at the province, at the local government. So in order to do that, perhaps we will have to look into the potential solution that can come from the green bonds issued by provincial government that will help on the environmental and social and climate benefit or climate change projects that are located in their respective local government. So that is the message that I just want to deliver today. So far, if you are asking whether we have municipal bonds or local government bonds, not yet. But there are 3 provinces that are already eligible. One is the Jakarta provincial government. Now, when they are issuing bond, definitely they have to be able to pay back their loan. So in that situation, I believe Jakarta has that kind of capacity. And it follows also by the West Java. Is also doing extremely well in terms of the ability to issue the bond and to use that actually for improving, the climate projects that they have in their own province. And then the third one is Central Java and also East Java. So these are all actually possible if you're doing collaborations, whether that is MBKM or not, you can actually throw this idea with the local municipality to get involved. So you can create what we call public and private partnership. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Gracia. It's a very well presentations, and so we learned from her about what is the green economic index, green economic itself. Yeah, very well presentation, and of course, there's also some possibilities. Yeah, to make some grant or maybe collaboration with some local community and of course government. Yeah. Jakarta is Central Java and East Java and so on so forth. Okay, thank you very much. Later on, please note your question later on at the end of the presentation. Yeah. Now I would like to maybe invite. Yeah. Okay. Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Saripudin, are you here? Hello, doctor. Are you ready?
Hi, I'm here.
I would like to listen from your voice first.
Yes.
And of course,
Can you hear
Dr.
me?
Prof. Dahlia, are you? Okay. Good one. Okay. Before I continue, okay.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, I think, is this okay? Should I start?
And then so many research has been done, and we here yes, master from University of Malaysia, and of course bachelor is from Drexel University USA. So I think her interest is agribusiness marketing and consumer behavior toward agri-related and food product. So to that, she has secured research grant. So many grant has been done. Now it's about 700 ringgit. Wow. Yeah, 700 ringgit, 700,000 ringgit. Yeah. Now is her own project in University Putra Malaysia. Congratulations. Okay, with further ado, please welcome. The time is for you. Yeah, the time is yours. Dr. Juwaida, please welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Secha. You can hear me, right? Okay, I think it's better if I share the slides. Okay. So thank you to the organizer and also congratulations on the anniversary of APTSIPI. My presentation today is on university level, okay, and how we work with community and industry linkages for this Penthahelix collaboration. Okay, so if you look at Putra Global 100, this is what we are aiming at. That means we try to go into the best 100 places for universities in the world. So what we have actually in Malaysia is we have issues on economic growth potential, which are not fully realized and not diversifying. And then we look at also the imbalance and also unsustainable development that is happening in Malaysia. And right now, actually, we are having a big flood issue, okay? And then we also have a large segment of industries with low value added category and low adoption of high technology. So what we have right now is a vision that we want to achieve by 2030. We have Dasar Agro Makanan Negara. We also have Wawasan Kemakmuran by 2030 and also 12 Malaysian Plan. Okay. Now, if you look at Malaysian setting, what we have in Dasar Agro Makanan Negara 2.0, we are looking at the agriculture and then how UPM as a university that have the niche in agriculture can fit into the vision of our country, of our nation. Okay, so in agriculture, actually, we are having 5 teras dasar. Is like the main what? Main support system that we look into smart agriculture. We look into the human resource. we look into the sustainability of agriculture, the product itself. Okay, so the subsector that we have, the main ones are paddy, fruits and vegetables, and then we have also on our poultry, beef and all that, and also in aquaculture. So UPM is actually looking into all these subsector and trying to fit into the needs of the nation. Okay. In food security and food sovereignty, actually, we don't have a good self-sufficiency level yet. This is for 2020, but it's not far off for 2021 because we have COVID problem. So, like I said, if you look at the SSR for Malaysia, the ones that we have achieved 100% self-sufficiency level is things that we can, it's not being highly demanded in the country. The ones that are being highly demanded, we still have to rely on imports. Except for chicken, eggs, that one is 100%, more than 100% SSR. Okay. So if you look at import, we have high import dependency. For me, it's because of the production is not enough, and also on consumer behavior. The trend now is asking to, the demand is eating for things that are not made in Malaysia. Okay, we have, for example, we have a trend in eating food from Korea, from Japan, Western food. So that also increase the import dependency. Okay. So with that, what UPM aim to achieve, although we are aiming to be in the top 100 universities of, in the world, but we are also trying to address the issue and also challenges in economic structure and food security. So we look at our R&D and also commercialization, talent development, in the international and industrial partnership. We also have outreach, stewardship, with the sustainable policies and practices, and also academic partnership. So we are looking into all this to support and also to ensure that we are helping the countries. Okay. So with Putra Global 100, we feel that it's going to help for our global visibility and world recognition, not only for the universities, but also for Malaysia. And then for international staff and students to come here, and also our staff to be exposed to the international setting. We also trying to have industry from the other countries to collaborate with us and compete nation competitiveness. We hope that it's going to increase and also to help in our nation's economic growth. Okay. So what we have as a university, the strength is on the number of faculties, number of institute that we have, and then the IP, with the researchers that we have, students that come for mobility, our local students going for outbound mobility and bring back their experience and enrichment that they get from other places. So all this, we hope that it can contribute to the 5 goals, which are teaching and learning, R&D, commercialization and entrepreneurship, industry and communities relation, strengthening agriculture and also governance. Okay, but then as what Dr. Gracia said just now, we want to have this, but all these need money. Okay, it doesn't. Well, we are private. We are public university, not private. But then we cannot rely 100% to the government money. We have to find collaboration with the industries and also the communities so that we can do more activities that contribute to the nation. And at the same time, with this collaboration with industry and communities, we will be able to have graduates that are suitable for the industry. Okay, we don't want to do things short sendiri. We say, what is it? It's because of we want to do it. So it's supposed to be industry driven. Okay. So these are our track records. This one is in 2021, and then we got higher ranking. And for next year, actually, we have got number 123rd place in the world. So that's why we are hoping that by 2025, we are going to achieve top 100. Okay. So the journey is not easy. We aspire things that that we have to compete globally. So with this, we have strategic plan on how to achieve. But for the monetary side, that's where industrial and community linkages play a part. Okay. So for our global visibility and reputation is like a booster for us. But we are trying to do it based on our talents, industry and community driven research, and also if we can, we want to have the state of the art infrastructure and also infrastructure. So for this to happen, we really have to work and collaborate with the industry. So if you look at this, this is the how we develop programs by having industry and community engagement. So the content development, actually, we are having inputs by industry, universities, and also community. Okay, so based on the inputs, then we will have we will develop programs, okay, our curriculum and also activities in the university. And implementation will be by our staff, industrial partners, and also community. So that is the relationship that we have right now, so that it can be valuable for everyone in the in this what you call that collaborators. Okay. So agriculture and food security resilience, actually, we have industrial partnership. For example, we have partnership with Comfresh, flour mills, fertilizer companies, vaccine and pharmaceutical for veterinary. So they, Felda, Raju, they have given money as endowment. They invest money to have us doing research for them. And also, if we have come up with certain products, okay, they will, the industry will buy from us, okay, and have that patented. So this will ensure that whatever product in R&D will not only stay in the university level. So it will benefit the nation, the farmers, even the consumers. So that is how we try to engage in the enrichment of the Malaysian economy. Okay, so our resources, we have actually the biggest hectares for a university in Malaysia. So we are trying to utilize all the land that we have. We have this is Center of Excellence, okay, Institute of Tropical Agriculture and Food Security, Institute of Tropical Forestry and Forest Product, Bioscience, okay. So we are doing extensions to the community. And also we have successfully commercialized padi Putra, acid sulfate soil, and then we have community women mango farmer and kelah. Okay, this is type of fish, right? So with this agriculture research product that we have, like I said, either industry will buy and patented the product for us, or we create companies that will handle the commercialization of this product. So what we have for R&D is the thing that can help the farmers, the consumers, even like decoponics like this. This is for urban agriculture. So we are trying to have something that people need. Okay, it is being demanded, so that it's going to be useful for the community. Okay, like for example, research in livestock and poultry, right? Like this. These some have been sold even to the international market. So and also for aquaculture, for example. So it's not only product to be consumed by animal or fish, but also genetically we have ayam Akaputra, our improved chicken, okay, and also Putra red tilapia, right, for aquaculture. We also have smart agriculture research by our faculty. I'm from the Faculty of Agriculture, UPM. So for this smart agriculture research, it is logical thinking. We will see that we don't have the amount of grant that we have to use in order to do all this research. So we are having industries coming and on board and help us in providing the technology, and then we will try to enhance the technology and help the industry as well as the farmers. So for the we have the land that is required, but then when we want to do research, then most of it is going to be on site. So we went to the farmers and help them and try the new technology that that we are coming up with, so that we try to make sure that the technology, even though it's higher technology, it can be used by the farmers. It's not too complicated until it cannot be used. Not useful to anybody. So that's why we also go to the farmers and test with them. Okay. So industry and community-driven research. That's why I said just now. It's not something that we think for ourselves. The idea have to come from industry and the community on what they need, what we can provide, and at the same time, where we can collaborate and help each other. We want, like I said, UPM wants to be the top 100 universities in the world. But then, if at the same time we don't contribute anything to the nation, it's not going to be fair for the stakeholders. Okay, so we have programs that to help the communities, helping communities and also helping the industry actually will give place for the students like Dr. Budi just now. He has students coming over for cooperative for the industrial places for the students to do co-op. So for these two, actually, it is benefiting to the university. It's not only helping the industry, but also helping our students on getting to know what and also prepare for their future jobs. Okay, so that is win-win situation actually. And then these are the some of the companies that we are working with in Malaysia. That means the company comes from Malaysia and also there are international companies. We also have community engagement programs. For example, Kebun Community, we have community urban farm in Kuala Lumpur also. Flat Ikan ni, this is near to UPM, but even the local municipality have asked us UPM to come to residential area and to give training to the people who live in flat areas. Flat ni is like lower level income place. So we help that having urban agriculture, urban farm. They planted everything in small land that are available in the surrounding apartments. But then after 1 year of helping them, then the good news is Nestle comes in and said that, okay, now we have seen that this is good and practical, that the people there, the community can engage in urban farming. So Nestle comes in and pump money into the project and make it better. So the small urban farm in that area becomes better, and also it serves as a purpose in giving more income to the low level income families. So that is something that we are proud of. The things that we can help the community by at least at that place, we actually build the bridge between industry and community. It's not us to industry and only us to community. So this one actually a bridge and make the relationship between the industry and community, right? And when I say the inputs come from industry and community, and then we develop programs, we actually have in Faculty of Agriculture 2 types of program that 3U1I. That means 3 years in universities and 1 year in industry. Actually, previously it is 2U2I. Okay, 2 years in universities and 2 years in industry. But then after one cohort, the industry said that no, 2 years in university is not enough for the students to have basic knowledge. So they prefer for the students to have 1 year only experience with the industry. And then after graduating, the industry said that they are good for the job market. Okay, so we have 2 in the faculty. First is Bachelor of Science in Plantation Management with honors. So the 1 year industry is when the students go to oil palm plantation, and also they can choose if they want to go to rubber plantation or pepper plantation. So it's up to the students. And the second one, this is the newest bachelor that we have in Faculty of Agriculture, is the Bachelor of Technology in Smart Agriculture with honors. So this one is actually accredited by our Malaysian NQA and also MBOT. That means by the time they graduate, they can go to the route to become technologists. Okay, so for this also we have to have MOU with industry, and they have to agree that students will go to them for 1 year to gain knowledge in the industry before they graduate. So we are hoping that with all the research that we are doing and the programs that we have for undergraduate students, we are hoping that this will lead to a better graduates that we have and also contribute to the development of our nation's economics. So that is actually what I have for the Penthahelix collaboration in higher education setting. So with that, I thank you.
Budin, wow, very good. Yeah, this one is a part of route to Putra Global 100. Yeah, hopefully in 2025 it will be rank 100 in the world UPM. So this one is utilize community and industry linkages. So through this one, UPM will increase and will achieve, maybe want to achieve 100 ranks in the world by 2025. Yeah. That's good. And then that's good also is through T3U1I. Yeah, that's good also. So how strong collaboration between university and industry and community in Malaysia. Yeah, what UPM has been presented just now. Thank you very much, Dr. Juwaida. So just a moment, you please keep on there, and then I would like to invite the last speaker for today is Professor Dr. Dahlia Abbas from University of Tennessee, USA. Hello, Prof. Dahlia. Over there. I read before maybe give some CV. I would like to read your CV first. Okay, just a moment. So Prof. Dahlia Abbas, born and raised in United Kingdom, UK, yeah? Specialization in forest operation and sustainability, and of course, environmental science. Education backgrounds for bachelor's is a graduate from Ain Shams University, Egypt, and master from University of Sussex, United Kingdom. And PhD is a graduate from University of Minnesota, USA. And work experience is in American University, and of course now is University of Tennessee. And some project, yeah, relating to National Science Foundation, USA has been done very well. And of course, he's also active in IUFRO, yeah, coordinator. Also, I know well he hears in IUFRO, International Union of Forest Research Organization. Without further ado, maybe please welcome. The time is yours, Professor Dahlia Abbas. Thank you. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can
you hear me now? Okay, great. Let me share my screen. Hey, can you all see my screen? Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. No problem.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Again, it's an honor to be here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great privilege for me to be in this very important collaboration in Indonesia, and I wish Indonesia all the best in the growing green economy. I'm glad that my presentation comes after Dr. Rostoma and Dr. Budi and Dr. Sharafuddin and Dr. Unas, because I could not have thought of a better setup for a presentation that can fit in some of the key concepts that were discussed. In today's presentation, I thank you again for inviting me here today. It's an honor. And I would be talking about some of the preliminary research that I've been doing with the National Science Foundation as a fellow. I've served for the past year and a half as an established scientist fellow, looking at and proposing a new indicator of the impacts of biotechnology in agriculture and forestry sustainability. So it's very much in line with the presentations that I've seen my colleagues talk earlier about. I also discuss areas of potential collaborations where I think there's going to be a lot of effort and a lot of work that's needed to complete and integrate the data required for the proposed indicator. The title of my presentation is Innovation Indicators in Agriculture and Forestry. I'm going to hint and allude to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Please note this presentation is part of a technical report which is in progress, so it has not been published yet, but it is intended as a proposal to the congressional report from the National Science Foundation in 2024. As a disclaimer, the slides in this presentation are my opinion. They're not necessarily those of the National Science Foundation. As an outline, I'd like to introduce my topic and its relevance to the Penthahelix collaboration. I'd like to talk about the steps that we have taken to develop a biotechnology impact indicator. I'd like to point out to the importance and the significance of biotechnology. Where do we get information about patented environmental technologies? How does all of this relate to the UN Sustainable Development Goals? And I would like to discuss with you our proposed new technology impact indicators and also areas of potential collaborations. I end my presentation with my results and acknowledgement to all the help and support in the process. The relevance of these presentations falls within the realm of the Penthahelix collaboration, which is a strategic communication for the success of the green economy in Indonesia. In it, I come in with the understanding that Indonesia is committed to achieving the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So I'm talking about how we can reconcile and link between the importance of assessing the role of technology on sustainability in agriculture and forestry systems. Can you still hear me? So let me explain to you what we've been doing. We have been surveying existing science and engineering indicators coverage of innovations in agriculture and forestry, because our question was, what are the sustainability impacts of biotechnology and agriculture and forestry? So we had to start somewhere. So we looked around and we saw who else has been discussing this topic and has published in this area. We've interviewed key experts from the federal agencies and international organizations, like from the United States Department of Agriculture, from the OECD, and we tried to understand their take on the impacts of biotechnology on agriculture and sustainability. We've identified from the existing indicators what we might be able to use, and then we propose a conceptual framework to help understand and identify the impacts and the importance of focusing on sustainability as an impact measure of policy interest. And then finally, we recommend the first steps at the improved biotechnology and environmental technology indicators. So let me explain first that trying to know or to identify what an indicator is or which indicator to select is really a very complicated task. You need to know what's out there and you need to understand it. So I have this list of existing relevant indicators, not to exhaust you, but to tell you that a lot of people have thought about these issues. However, as we see, they are individual topics. We have seen indicators about patents, environmental, agriculture, sustainable development goals that we are all familiar with, but really there's no clear connection between the impacts of technology on sustainability. There are technology and patent indicators, but there are no interactions between these patent indicators and the sustainability of the ecosystem or between these other indicators. In other words, these indicators do not talk to each other. So let's discuss the example that we're going to be talking about as an innovation technology in this presentation, which is looking at the biotechnology. And I've seen my colleagues talk earlier about biotechnology and bioindustry, so I'm very happy that this complements the previous discussions. Let's first take a step back and think. Our food has changed. We are not eating the same food that has been around hundreds and thousands of years ago. This is a simple image of what a watermelon looked like in previous drawings in the 1600s compared to what we see today. A totally different shape, color, structure, seeds. You have seedless, you have extra seeds. Depends on the kind of engineering or the kind of fruit that we end up having at the moment. So what is biotechnology? Biotechnology is really the application of the cellular and the molecular biology to make or modify products or processes. So of course, it includes a lot of industrial disciplines and scientific areas. There are clear definitions of what biotechnology means, and the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, has defined it in two folds. One fold, which is the single definition, which is similar to the one above, which is the broad one. And then they also categorized it into a list-based division. What does that mean? It means that they said, okay, we're going to break down biotechnology into areas related to DNA, proteins, cell, process techniques, genes, bioinformatics, nanobiotechnology, and synthetic biology. So when you try to understand the impact of biotechnology on sustainability, we have to break down what we mean by the concept of biotechnology and try to find the linkages and the interactions. Now, again, because this is a search for indicators and impact indicators, trying to find what available indicators mean was very critical. So the OECD has a set of 7 biotechnology indicators, but I invite you to look at the highlighted terms. The technology indicators of biotechnology indicators look at the number of firms, the expenditures, the intensity, the expenditures in the government and higher education, the economy share, and of course the revealed technological advantage, which is a privilege between one country and the other. What we don't see there, we do not see environmental indicators, we do not see society indicators. So the sustainability pillars of the environment and the society are not linked to the biotechnology indicators in this sense. So why is it important to link between biotechnology and the environment and the society? I provide here an example from the United States alone. We have about 200 million acres of biotech corn, soybeans, and cotton. What does that mean? It means we're looking at the area as big as France and Switzerland, just dedicated to biotech crops. And this is just one technology. Of biotechnology, I'm not talking CRISPR, I'm not talking any other technologies, just biotechnology is about 200 million acres of corn and soybeans and cotton dedicated per year. So it's very significant. Obviously, the impact is going to be huge. So how do we identify the impacts of technologies on the environment? One of the ways of doing that is we started to search existing data sets to try and understand what are the patterns of environmental technology and what do they look like. So we find, and fortunately, this data is available to everyone for free. We have found a database where you can identify under the environment, innovations, environmental related technologies, technology diffusions, and how it's broken down into elements. Digging further into it, you find that they link it into two areas. When you look at agriculture and forestry, they link it to areas of adaptation of climate change and areas of mitigation to climate change. In the adaptation area, in agriculture, there are indicators in ecological corridors or buffer zones as well. In the mitigation area, we look at machinery, we look at reductions of greenhouse gases, we look at land use policies and measures, and we look at afforestation or deforestation. And these are the indicators. Now, because this is an academic setting and we all like to dig down into the details and the metadata, this was also this type of exercise. So by collecting the number of patents that were dedicated in these two domains of mitigation and adaptation, these data is extracted for the United States. And as you can see, the data does not really look a lot. I mean, of course, country as huge as the United States, you would expect that many more patents would come in these particular areas. The same thing too in the many other areas. When we're looking at the mitigation technology patents, you can also see a rise in technology, but also the numbers do not seem very high. So academics, we go back in and we dig and we see, okay, what is this missing? So I wanted to know what the term biotechnology means in terms of patents. What are the values of the patents and the codes that are linked to biotechnology? And so we find this entire area, which is of genetically modified plants and transgenic plants, which was outside of the scope of the definition of what the OECD defines as in the adaptation technologies under agriculture. And if you see here, there's a lapse in the number between the values that go into the codes of biotechnology and those that go into ecological corridors of buffer zones, which immediately raises the question that how valid and how reliable is this data about the number of patents under each of these categories? So from our earlier findings in this investigation, we find that when we try to do the data linked to environmental technologies based on an existing data set, we must dig into the metadata. We must understand what comes into these values. Otherwise, we're going to miss out on key innovation indicators that come under environmental technologies. So we cannot stop and say this data is coming from this organization, it must be perfect. We cannot do that. We cannot afford to do that if we want a broader and a more deeper understanding of the issues. So there is definitely an opportunity, speaking about collaborations, to expand the list of innovations patented under agriculture and forestry sectors in the existing databases. This alone is a very integrated and complex project. So the scope and the purpose of this investigation is to propose a new indicator. So how do we come up with this? How do we find a link between an indicator, which was not necessarily or intentionally made with sustainability in mind and sustainability domain? So we have to find a base, a benchmark that we can link to, which is credible, which is available, which everyone has access to. So we link here, this is the model that was developed for this investigation, where we look at the innovation technology indicators and we look at the agriculture separate innovation indicators. And as you can see here, the common factor would be the UN Sustainable Development Goals as they relate to agriculture and forest sustainability. So this is really the framework of the analysis. The SDGs are over 160 target goals. They come under targets. They come under 17 goals. The most relevant ones that were dedicated for this study were goals 2, zero hunger, and goal 15, which is related to forest sustainability. So really, in obvious terms, the zero hunger has a 2.4.1 target, which talks about sustainable agricultural systems, and 15.1 and 15.2 talk about sustainable forestry and sustainable forest management. So even though a connection can be easily made between every SDGs in agriculture and forestry sustainability, because it is part of life, it is part of sustainability, which shows to focus on these two specific SDG goals, which is the agriculture sustainability and the forest management and sustainability. Okay, so to sum up, and to try and make it simplified after a very intensive process of investigation, trying to extract data, we tried to translate this framework that I showed you with the intersection between the two circles in the middle with an SDG indicator that can give us an understanding of the impacts of biotechnology and agriculture and forestry systems. So we have here on the left an input, which is from existing indicators in the OECD, the remember when I showed you 7 biotechnology indicators that were under the OECD? So these are the ones on the left. The ones here on the right are FAO UN existing indicators that come under the SDG 2.4.1 to measure the impacts of sustainability and agriculture. Now, these 3 points, the outputs that are very clearly sustainability related, we have environmental, social, and economic, are not necessarily formats or frameworks that come with data, but they come with concepts. And any form of collaboration can help improve and develop more on these concepts. What was interesting in these concepts and in these survey questions is that they had a common denominator, which is trying to link whatever they're doing on a biodiversity level, on a land productivity level, on a profitability level, on a resilience level, even soil health, water use, fertilization, and pesticide risk to a land use per area of holding. Even on the social, even in finding decent employment, food security, and land tenure, and similarly, data extracted from long-term forest management plan can be translated into area-based indicators. So the key proposal here is to try and link between innovation indicators and their impacts on sustainability by using a common denominator or a hybrid indicator, which is called holding by land area and forest area by land use. So the results from this investigation is that data is continuously changing and updated. Just in the process of collecting the data for this investigation, databases were updated, were changed, especially after we spoke with the experts. It's a continuous process which is growing. Existing indicators would better help us understand the impacts of innovation on agriculture and forestry if we focused on the linkages to sustainability. We have room to add to the existing databases provided by organizations and classifications, and to measure impact on the land on the long run, we do propose some sort of land-based hybrid indicator that can at least give us a common denominator between the innovation and the ecosystem variables to measure sustainability. Of course, this would require coordination of results with key data centers, sustainability indicators, land use areas, from national and international agencies. So with the goal of this presentation, I think we have plenty of opportunity for collaborations with my colleagues in Indonesia in line with the objectives of the Penthahelix collaboration and strategic communication for the success of green economy in Indonesia. I thank you again for this opportunity, and I would like to thank everyone who has helped this presentation come into fruition, the US National Science Foundation, of course, the Association of Indonesian Private and Higher Education, Agriculture and the Life Sciences, Dr. Sesha Gandasheka, thank you very much for inviting me. Last but not least, you for being here. I appreciate it, and if you have any questions, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Dalia Abbas. Yeah, over there is midnight. Yeah, we are known here on midnight over there, and you are still there. Thank you. I'm very appreciate for your commitment to be invited speaker today. It's a great honor for us. Okay, thank you. So that's why it's about the innovation indicators in agriculture and forestry, US SDGs. And of course, Prof. Dalia Abbas also open wide for some collaboration with Indonesia, Indonesia. Let's maybe do that. Indonesia, Malaysia, and America with Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Sarifuddin. Okay, it's time for us for Q&A. Please welcome from the prof first before I read from the chat box. Yeah. Tak ada. Chat box no. Okay, meaning that okay, please welcome. Anyone please give please the name and from Ibu Indira. Dipersilakan. Please welcome. And the question, what is the question and from who is for invited speaker? So maybe you can mention which presenter you want to deliver.
Okay,
Thank you. Please welcome.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Secha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, Professor Abbas. I really appreciate that you gave presentation. I think maybe it's one in the morning in US. Okay, so it's really impressive presentation from all the speakers. Thank you very much. I really enjoy it. My first question go to Dr. Gracia. You mentioned about the Penthahelix collaboration, which is the multi-stakeholder collaboration. And regarding all the multi-stakeholders, we understand that all the stakeholders have their own interests and then have their own agenda. So what's the key point to establish a successful and a strong collaboration within in the Penthahelix? Because the interest and the agenda are sometimes very different between, for example, between university and then the industries. And my second question to Professor Juju or Professor Juwaida, nice to see you again. Nice to meet you again. Usually I call you Professor Juju. And it's very interesting, your new program about 3U1I, 3 years in university and then 1 year in the industry. My question is, what do the students do during their stay in the industry? Do they work as the usual workers in industry, or do they have special program or special project need to be solved? And my last question to Professor Abbas, thank you so much, and thanks for your offer to establish collaboration. But my question is about the biotechnology, or in this case, the GMO. You know, the society or the community in Indonesia, I believe, still very reluctant to embrace, you know, the GMO because of the health effect to the human, and then they don't really believe that the GMO can strengthen the sustainable agriculture, because some people still believe that GMO on the contrary can make the environment getting worse. So I want your opinion about this. Okay, I think this is said Dr. Secha. And again, thank you so much for the impressive presentation from all the speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Indira. So before I let the speaker answers, I would like to please welcome for maybe our special guest is Dr. Insinyur Paris Tianti. Please welcome. Thank you very much for your coming. Yeah. She is the chairperson of APTSIPI. Thank you very much. Please welcome. Okay, now it's time for us to let this invited speaker to answer the question. Please welcome Dr. Gracia first, and then next is Dr. Juwaida, and last is Dr. Prof. Dalia. Yeah, please welcome. Dr. Gracia, about key point of successful collaboration.
The first one is about the collaborations. Yeah. Let me acknowledge the presence of Ibu Paris. Good afternoon, Ibu. Ibu, terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya. Thank you for the questions. Well, managing multi-stakeholders will need a transformational leadership. I always believe there is this theory that had been actually around for almost 20 years, what they call the theory U. And it was actually offered as an alternative on how we bring in different stakeholders, different ideas and going for innovation. So the theory looks like a simple U shape. And in order to get to the near future, the future that emerging, which is what we want to go, that is the green economy, definitely we have to go down through that U first before you go up, right? So you will need different tools in order to go down to the bottom of the matters before you going up. So the theory U, which is very popular, was created actually by Otto Scharmer and also some of the collaborators that in MIT, in Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So the theory is actually quite flexible. It can be done in many ways, even in conflict resolution. I remember that one of the effort for creating peace in Nangro Aceh, Darussalam, was done actually through the application of this theory. But also many organizations in the United States that actually doing a lot of R&D, and they are collaborating government, like what Dr. Abbas doing, and the academia, and also the private sectors later on, perhaps to get involved for the commercializations. They're all actually going through this process. So first is that to do a lot of kind of coordination and communication, and we are doing what we call suspend your judgment, which is basically brainstorming. Find the interests of the people with like-minded. So we are not really just collaborating with the most difficult group to deal with, but you work with the one that, will energize you. And then going to the bottom of the matters and trying to sort out what are the, the difficulties that they are facing, and then trying to collaborate, negotiate along the way, what you want to give up and what you want to get, in return, basically, and then you come up with a new effort for doing that. That's from the management perspective, what we believe in transformational leadership. Now, how to make this work? Definitely, you will need some kind of organization set up later on. This idea has to be replicated. This model has to be also basically adaptable to the local situation. So it's basically that U shape can be repeated in many occasions and in many setups. And I believe that this will work because in the most difficult situations, like in Aceh, many years ago, actually, when there is still military and local conflict over there, everyone feels that they are right. I'm right, you're right. Like everybody, nobody wants to yield into that kind of emergent future. But, after all this process, they managed actually to come up with a new model. Exactly the same thing can be repeated actually for working in this different multi-stakeholder. So I still believe in that model and it's still working. And yeah, it can be done in big scale and small scale for that matter. Yeah, thank you.
I give applause for Dr. Gracia. Ibu Indira, are you happy with the answer? Okay, thank you. Now, the second question from Ibu Indira for Dr. Juwaida. Please welcome Dr. Juwaida. Can answer the question?
All right, yes. Thank you for the question just now. For the program that we have, 3 years in universities and 1 year in industry. Usually, our last semester for any of the programs in UPM, they have to do internship. But for this kind of program, that means in semester 7 and 8, they are going to the industry. So the 7th semester, actually, the industry that we have cooperation with, they have to give structured, it's like the structured module to the students. So we have to let our lecturers go for a training for trainers so that this lecturer can go to the industry and tell them actually what is needed for them to assess, teach our student and also assess the student. And this is not something that all companies want to do. So that's why, because they have their jobs already. So they are not supposed to teach students. But for companies that feel that it's a contribution for them to the higher education, they will take this challenge, and we have MOU with this type of companies, and we will train them on what kind of knowledge to impart to the students and how to assess them, so that the assessment can be counted in the transcript for the students. So at the beginning, actually, for plantation management, we have run that for more than 4 years. At the beginning, it's very hard for the industry to actually, they will say that they say, why we are becoming teachers? Okay, but then after we have further discussion with them, and then carefully list out actually what you can do, and then what to impart to the students, then they know the objective of 3U1I, and they feel that after the students have graduated, they actually have it's easier for them, for the industry, to take these graduates to work for them. So with that experience, it make it easier for other companies to take part in this kind of programs too. So the newest one, Bachelor of Technology in Smart Agriculture, now that one is very new. The students is first semester. So in another 3 years, these students will go to the industry. So hopefully by then, our lecturers have the ability to go and train the companies on what to impart knowledge on and how to assess the students, so that it will be valuable for the students and also the industry after that. Thank you.
Maybe okay, thank you, very good. So I think maybe that's 3U1I maybe it's possible also maybe implement in Indonesia. Maybe later on maybe we can discuss here. Even maybe before I continue with Dr. Prof. Dalia Abah, maybe just maybe I would listen from you as a practitioners. Is this possible to accept our student, for example, 3 years after studied, and then goes to your place to continue for 1 year, finishing
Yes,
our
it is. Yes, it is possible. I think it is good. It is good. 3U and 1I. We have to model after that program. For us, in my experience, the student who come to my farm is only 1 or 2 months is useless.
Useless.
You know, you're just like you know, a farm visit. They haven't got anything, but at least 4 months got something.
Okay.
But if only 1 or 2 months, and that is good in Malaysia, 3U and 1I, which is much better. Because and I also agree that started from the 7th semester, the semester 5, because we need a mature student who really wants to do internship in the farm. It is not like a younger student, because we also apply what we call it self-directed learning and also self-determined learning. So they have to be a mature student already. So that's, we have to discuss like with Bu Paris about that later.
So meaning that it's possible for our education also, yeah? Bu Faris, setuju? Thank you, agree. Thank you. Hopefully that this collaboration we need from now, yeah? Okay, so thank you. And then we would like to continue with the third question from Bu Indira. Prof. Dalia Abbas, are you okay? Please answer the question.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, great. So actually, thank you very much for that question. And in this time, there was actually a slide that I removed, which I went back again and I just added it right now that I can show you. I think this is a very important question, that the uncertainty, and we do not know. I think that's the problem. We do not know the impact of biotechnology on the ecosystem or on the environment. But that is even more of a reason why we need to understand its impact. So when I showed you this slide, can you see my slide here again? I was showing you just corn, soybeans, and cotton. In the United States alone is about 200 million acres. We must find an understanding of how we can assess the impact of all these cotton, soybeans, and corn on our water, on our soil, on our biodiversity, on our health, on all these criteria that were mentioned for sustainability impacts. Not having a connection or an understanding of the impact is very dangerous. And this was the slide that I initially had in my presentation, but I just removed it for time, is that more data insights can be integrated in the existing indicators to help us better understand these impacts of biotechnology, innovation, agriculture, and sustainability. Now, it does not mean that this impact is going to be positive or negative, but it's just very important to know. It's like this huge impact that we need to analyze in relation to what's important to us, the sustainability indicators and criteria, to understand it. Maybe we understand that it's a bad thing and we decide that we don't want it, and maybe we find that it has some benefits and we can use it, but we must understand the impact. Let me stop sharing. So this is really the take on it. It is not a positive or a negative impact. We're really starting to just scratch the surface of trying to understand how we can relate between these huge acres and areas dedicated to biotechnology, because it's happening, whether we want it or not, it's happening. But how is it impacting our environment, our health, our society, our economy, are very critical questions.
Prof. Dahlia Abbas. Okay, Prof. Dr. Indra. Bagus. Okay. That's maybe the answers from Prof. Dahlia Abbas about the uncertainty and what we know, what we don't know about the technology and so on. And that's why Prof. Dahlia Abbas mentioned about the indicators. This one is the approach how to know and how to understand through her presentation just now in terms of agriculture, sustainability, and so on and so forth. Thank you. Okay, we would like to invite again any other question from the floor. Please welcome. Any question? Please raise your hand. Maybe dari Bu Faris ada pertanyaan? Baru datang mungkin ya. Any question? Okay, Bu Faris. Tepuk tangan untuk Bu Faris. Yeah. I don't know for whom. Okay, we have 4 speakers. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for this event. It's very incredible. And Ibu Eti, thank you very much for your hospitality. Also, Pak Rektor UNAS, because this event, we will have the many MOU between higher education in Indonesia, especially in agribusiness and agriculture, to collaborate with some industry in Indonesia, also in other country. Second, actually, I don't have any question because already many speaker answer very specific and very incredible answer. So actually, I only would like to thank to all the speaker, because this international seminar actually the first time that offered by Association of Private University in Indonesia. So because of that, again in next year or the end of 2023, we would like also to invite a speaker to join with our seminar in Indonesia offline. So today we still have any problem in COVID-19 in Indonesia. So because of that, we offer this seminar international in a hybrid system. So again, I would like to thank to UNAS, National University Indonesia, who are really have the very grateful event organizer, and also I would like to thank to Professor Juwaidah, to your speech because your speech is really inspire our member of association in agriculture university in Indonesia. Also for Madam Dalia Abbas, thank you very much for the incredible insight in terms of biotechnology. We have to adapt and also adopt the biotechnology in Indonesia because this is also a very big economy. I'm really sure the biotechnology will support by Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. That's Ibu Indira also will lead our association to have the collaboration in biotechnology. And then my beloved speaker from USA, thank you very much, Bu Gracia, to come to this very incredible event. And also Pak Budi, we are really very thankful to you because you also will try to modify the 3U and 1I from Ibu Juwaida in Pak Budi collaboration with a private university in Indonesia. Again, thank you very much for the all speaker. Again, we would like to invite you the end of December 2023 to have the offline international seminar in Jakarta or other city in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, from Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwadani, the chairperson of APTSIPI, and her appreciation to all invited speakers for very marvelous, awesome presentation today. Okay, maybe I think the time will come up, yeah. Thank you very much for all presenters, all invited speakers, Prof. Dali Abbas, Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida, Sarifudin, Dr. Budi, and Dr. Gracia. Hopefully from now, maybe they will continue with some collaboration, even from UPM and from America also offer some collaboration. And then please catch up this opportunity for us, for our agriculture and for our education in Indonesia, for green economy, of course, yeah. Thank you very much. That's all from me. I am Sister Ganda Secha. With that, I would like to finish this presentation session, and I will back to Mrs. MC. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, and see you again.
Please give a
Thank
round
you.
of applause
Waalaikumsalam
to our
warahmatullahi
speakers
wabarakatuh.
and moderator. Thank you very much. What a great presentation and discussion. Please stay on the stage. We would like to present token of appreciations, plaques, and certificates to speakers and moderator. Please remain on the stage. Please on the stage. Thank you.
Acara selanjutnya pemberian plakat dan cindera mata kepada para narasumber dan moderator.
And to present a token, we kindly invite Chairperson of APTSIPI, Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwardani MP, and also Vice Chancellor for Academic Students and Alumni Affairs, Universitas Nasional, Dr. Suryono Effendi, SE, MBA, MM.
Kami mengundang untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung Ketua APTSIPI Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwadani MP, Dr. Suryono Effendi SE MBA MM, Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni Universitas Nasional.
First, to Dr. Suryono Effendi, kindly present token of appreciation to Dr. Insinyur Budi Rustomo Emrur SC PhD.
Kepada Wakil Rektor Bapak Suryono, kami persilahkan untuk memberikan cindera mata dan sertifikat kepada Dr. Insinyur Budi Rustomo Emrur SC PhD.
And up next, Dr. Suryono Effendi kindly present token of appreciation to Dr. Gracia Sinta S. Ugut, MBA.
Kepada Wakil Rektor Bapak Suryono, kami persilahkan untuk memberikan cindera mata kepada Dr. Gracia Sinta S. Ugut, MBA.
Sudah maju, Pak Wakil Rektor mendampingi dekan Penthahelix.
Kami mengundang untuk maju ke depan Dekan Faperta Universitas Nasional
Mendampingi prosesi pemberian cindera mata.
untuk mendampingi prosesi pemberian cindera mata dan sertifikat.
And last, we would like to present a certificate to our moderator today, Dr. Secha Ganda Secha, MAGR.
Selanjutnya pemberian sertifikat kepada moderator Dr. Insinyur Secha Ganda Secha, MAGR.
And continue photo session. Thank you. And also thank you for online speakers, Professor Dr. Dahlia Abbas from University of Tennessee and Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Sarifudin from Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra Malaysia. As an appreciation, we present e-certificate for both of you.
Kami akan menampilkan e-sertifikat untuk Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Sarifudin dari Fakultas Pertanian, University Putra Malaysia. Selanjutnya, kami akan menampilkan e-sertifikat untuk Profesor Dr. Dahlia Abbas dari University of Tennessee.
Thank you very much, and continue a photo session. All the speakers, moderator, vice chancellor, and chairperson of APTSIPI, and we would like to invite all the dean, all the lecturers, and invited guests from APTSIPI to come forward and join a group photo session.
Dilanjutkan sesi foto bersama yang berada di atas panggung. Kepada pengurus APTSIPI dan ketua APTSIPI dimohon untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Once again, we would like to invite all the speakers, moderator, lecturers, dean. We would like to invite all the speakers, dean of the faculty, lecturers to come forward and join the group photo session.
Dewan Pengurus APTSIPI. Oh, nanti Pak, sesi kedua.
Okay, hold your position. I will count from 3.
Kok nggak di atas?
Mohon kepada seluruh partisipan yang online untuk dapat membuka kameranya. Apa? Online, partisipan online untuk membuka kameranya.
Kami mohon kepada peserta yang ada di online untuk membuka kameranya.
Okay, hold your position and I will count from 3. 3. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, next pose. Okay, hold your position and we would like to invite all the lecturers and all the participants to come forward and join a group photo session.
Selanjutnya kami mengundang para dekan, dosen, dan tamu undangan dari APTSIPI untuk naik ke atas panggung dan bergabung dalam sesi foto.
Next, we would like to invite all the students to come forward and join the group photo session.
Selanjutnya kami mengundang para peserta dan seluruh hadirin untuk maju ke atas panggung.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Kindly return to your seat. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our seminar. On behalf of the host and the committee, we would like to extend once again our deepest appreciations to you all for your support and participations.
Terima kasih banyak hadirin yang terhormat, kita telah sampai di akhir seminar hari ini. Atas nama panitia, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas dukungan dan partisipasinya.
Before closing, we have a few announcements to make. We would like to announce there will be a MOU signing ceremony between APTSIPI and Dayu Park Sragen at 1:30 p.m.
Sebelum ditutup, kami mengumumkan akan ada acara penandatanganan MOU antara APTSIPI dan Dayu Park Sragen pukul 13.30.
And don't forget to visit our photo booth outside.
Dan jangan lupa untuk mengunjungi foto booth kami yang ada di luar.
For now, it's time to have a lunch and we do hope you enjoy your lunch.
Karena telah memasuki waktu makan siang, kami persilahkan menikmati makanan yang telah dipersediakan. Kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu peserta seminar, bagi yang akan melakukan penandatanganan dengan Dayu Park, dipersilahkan untuk konfirmasi kepada Bapak Budi Wiryono guna dibuatkan jadwal penandatanganan setelah acara seminar ini.
And also we have a prayer room on the right side of this building. Thank you.
Kami juga informasikan kami menyediakan musola bagi Bapak Ibu yang akan melaksanakan sholat zuhur di sebelah kanan gedung auditorium.
Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Selanjutnya dengan Universitas Nahdlatul Wathon, Mataram, Bu Sukmawati. Oke, kalau ke bandara ini berapa menit kira-kira? Setengah jam nyampe kalau nggak macet. Oh, kalau macet, saya soalnya pesawatnya jam 4. Bandara mau ke Lombok, pulang ke Lombok. Baik, terima kasih. Selanjutnya dengan Universitas Nusa Bangsa. Universitas Nusa Bangsa, Bu siapa jenengnya, lupa saya. Itu sudah. Enggak ada. Jam 4.15. Enggak, langsung ke Lombok, tapi sudah check in sih. Kan tinggal masuk ke ini, Bang, ini enggak perlu check in lagi di bandara. Sejam. Ditunjukkan ke kamera yang sudah ditandatangani. Baik. 1, 2. Ya. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya dengan Bu Amel, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sukabumi. Ada yang jauhan lagi. Ada yang dari Jambi kan? Itu rektornya. Anggotanya seluruh Indonesia. Ya, silahkan ditunjukkan kamera. Oke, terima kasih Bu Amel. Selanjutnya dengan Universitas Islam Malang, Prof. Nur. Prof. Nur. Nanti semua PKS itu dikumpulkan kembali, akan dibawa oleh Pak Budi Rustomo, langsung ditandatangani oleh Direktur Eksekutifnya. Jadi yang sudah yang diparap tadi oleh Pak Budi akan dibawa kembali untuk ditandatangani sama Direktur Eksekutifnya. Apa? Satu ya? Ya. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta, ya. Bu Dr. Indira. Ini beliau yang mengawali untuk kita membangun networking dengan Dayu Pak. Silahkan ditunjukkan. Ya. Oke. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya Universitas Cordoba. Ini yang paling jauh ini. Seharusnya Cordoba itu di Spanyol, tapi adanya di Sumbawa ini Cordoba. Bu Eko. Timuran dari Lombok. Timur lagi. 3 jam kalau saya cuma 1,5 jam. 2 jam. Silakan ditunjukkan. Ya, terima kasih. Selanjutnya dengan Institut Istiper Jogja. Dengan Istiper Jogja diwakili oleh Bu Eni Rahayu. Ada 3 di Sumbawa itu. Ada Cordova, Universitas Sumbawa, sama ITS, Institut Teknologi Sumbawa. 3. Sumbawa Besar itu UNSA. Kalau Sumbawa Barat, Cordova sama ITS. Ibu itu di Sumbawa Barat. Silahkan ditunjukkan Bu Eni, ya. 1, 2, ya, terima kasih. Selanjutnya dengan Universitas Geraha Karya Muara, Bulian Jambi. Nah, ini langsung rektornya yang datang ini, Bu Enita. Dulu mantan dekan Fakultas Pertanian, sekarang menjadi rektor di Universitas Geraha Karya Muara, Bulian Jambi. Sumbawa Barat. Itu udah deket ini, dekat Newmont dulu. Berapa bulan gitu? Oh, saya kira magang di situ. Oh. Nanti ke Lombok caranya. Terus bisa jalan-jalan ke 3 Gili itu. Atau jalan-jalan ke tempat GP Mandalika yang di Lombok itu. Itu baru bagus itu. Silahkan ditunjukkan. Terima kasih, Bu Rektor. Selanjutnya dengan Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. Ini Pak Wakil Rektor yang mewakili. Senior Pak Wapit. Dinarto. Calon Rektor. Baik, terima kasih. Selanjutnya Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Pak Delarno. Silahkan, draftnya sudah di depan. Kumpulkan. Nanti kasih Pak. Silahkan bagi yang sudah penandatanganan tadi dikumpulkan kembali ke saya. Baru saya berikan ke Pak Budi untuk dibawa ke Direktur Eksekutifnya BITEK. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya dengan Universitas Respati Indonesia. Ini Borobudur. Universitas Malang. Oh, Universitas Borobudur. Enggak apa-apa. Yang penting formalitasnya aja dulu. Biar kasih itu mbaknya. Saya sebut terus. Silakan ditunjukkan. Ya, terima kasih. Selanjutnya dengan Universitas Widya Gama Malang. Pak Darmaji. Habis ini. Widya Gama Malang. Ya, Widya Gama Malang. Pak Darmaji. Tinggal 1 yang Borobudur. Ya sudah. Udah kan? Widya Gama. Iya kan barusan saya sebut itu Pak. Dua rangkap. Silakan ditunjukkan untuk didokumentasikan. Baik, terima kasih. Yang terakhir Pak Budi, Universitas Borobudur Jakarta. Universitas Borobudur Jakarta. Silakan. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang sudah diparap oleh Pak Budi tadi di depan, silakan dikumpulkan kembali ke saya. Silakan dikumpulkan ke saya untuk kita titip di Pak Budi Rustomo untuk dibawa kembali. Ya Pak, ya, nanti sekalian dia stempel. Siapa? Oke, terima kasih Pak Budi Rustomo. Ini fansnya banyak Pak, ada 14 institusi jadi fansnya Pak Budi. Yang selanjutnya silahkan dari 14 institusi tadi, diganti dulu. Untuk menyerahkan berkas PKS-nya yang akan saya titip ke Pak Budi Rustomo untuk ditandatangani oleh Direktur Eksekutif BITEK, Pak Panjoyo Effendi Hartono. Silahkan, Bapak Ibu. Udah nggak ada lagi kan? Hah? Nanti setelah ditandatangani oleh Pak Panjoyo, akan dikirimkan ke 14 institusi ini oleh Bu Indira. Karena Ndayupak atau BITEK ini berada di Yogyakarta. Nah, untuk Bapak Ibu yang akan melakukan penandatanganan dengan agrosit, bagi yang sudah terkirim pertama kemarin, bagi yang belum, silahkan menghubungi Pak Sularno, menitip PKS-nya ke Pak Sularno untuk ditandakangani oleh Direktur Agrosit. Ya, silakan dititip ke Dekan Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Terakhir, kami persilahkan Bu Paristianti untuk menutup acara ini. Langsung aja Bu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Pertama-tama kami mengucapkan terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Pak Rektor UNAS dan seluruh jajaran pimpinan dari UNAS, Pak Warek dan juga para dekan, khususnya Dekan Pertanian dan Wakil Dekan Pertanian serta Ketua Prodi dan Sekretaris Prodi serta seluruh dosen atas hospitality-nya menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini dengan sangat istimewa. Kami tidak menyangka, terutama saya sama Bu Indira dan Bu Nur yang hanya menyiapkan 3 minggu kegiatan ini, mendapatkan respon yang luar biasa dari Pak Rektor. Terima kasih dan berikan tepuk tangan untuk Pak Rektor dan tim UNAS. Saya banyak diskusi dengan Pak Rektor UNAS sebetulnya terkait dengan berbagai macam MOU yang akan dikolaborasikan dengan UNAS dan beberapa perguruan tinggi. Tapi hari ini Alhamdulillah Fakultas Pertanian menjadi pionir di UNAS untuk melaksanakan MOU dengan Dayu Teknopark. Dan kepada tim dari Fakultas Pertanian UNAS saya ucapkan terima kasih dan selamat kepada seluruh perguruan tinggi yang telah menandatangani MOU dengan Pak Budi dari Dayu Park. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebelum saya melakukan penutupan terhadap kegiatan ini, yang pertama izinkan saya menyampaikan beberapa hal bahwa APTSIPI ini baru 3 kali melakukan kegiatan. Pertama itu adalah melakukan kegiatan penyusunan ADART dan program APTSIPI. Kemudian yang kedua melakukan kegiatan focus group discussion di Yogyakarta dan juga diiringi dengan kunjungan ke tempatnya Pak Budi. Sekali lagi terima kasih kepada Pak Budi yang telah memberikan berbagai macam privilege kepada kita semuanya. Dan hari ini kita melakukan seminar nasional dengan persiapan hanya 3 minggu. Tetapi saya sangat yakin kalau tidak memaksakan diri, kita nggak pernah punya kegiatan APTSIPI. Jadi APTSIPI itu hanya sekedar nama saja, sama stempel ya, nggak ada kegiatannya. Oleh sebab itu setelah MOU, kami ingin mengajak Bapak dan Ibu Ketua APTSIPI pada awal tahun 2023, seluruh dekan yang melakukan kegiatan PBM dan sudah melaksanakan MBKM untuk melakukan persiapan mengikuti MBKM yang dikelola oleh kementerian ataupun yang dikelola kerjasama antar Kemendikbud dengan kementerian lain. Itu ada beberapa kerjasama agar mahasiswa kita betul-betul seperti tadi disampaikan oleh Ibu Gracia, leadernya menggunakan transformasi leadership di teori U, kemudian MBKM kita tidak kalah sebetulnya dengan 3U dan 1I begitu ya, yang tadi disampaikan oleh teman-teman dari Malaysia. Jadi saya kira itu juga penting untuk kita lakukan untuk meningkatkan relevansi pendidikan tinggi. Setelah saya diskusi sama Bu Sekjen, Bu Ketar, dan seluruh pengurus, tetap saja APTSIPI ini terdiri dari orang-orang hebat, jadi pilotnya hebat-hebat, kemudian pesawatnya hebat-hebat, ini contohnya UNAS kan, prodinya sama institusinya sudah dapat A. Itu kan luar biasa ya, jadi pesawatnya itu luar biasa. Penumpangnya juga luar biasa, masalahnya sekarang adalah tidak punya aftur untuk melakukan implementasi MOU tadi. Maka kegiatan berikutnya adalah, tadi saya sudah diskusi dengan dari teman-teman perwakilan APTSIPI, kita sebetulnya harus mencari dulu satu unit yang bisa memberikan revenue kepada kita. Maka unit itu saya mohon nanti untuk didiskusikan. Dalam beberapa minggu ke depan, saya akan mengajak diskusi terlebih dahulu adalah tim pengurus APTSIPI dan mungkin tim UNAS sebagai penghargaan kepada UNAS yang telah menyelesaikan kegiatan seminar internasional dengan baik. Satu adalah kami ingin membuka laboratorium lektor kepala dan profesor untuk anggota dari dosen APTSIPI. Ya, itu yang pertama. Jadi kita bikin lab lah. Tapi labnya lab SDM untuk percepatan lektor kepala dan guru besar. Itu dalam rangka melakukan kegiatan mumpung saya masih menjadi kepala LLDikti yang saya punya sistem yang bisa diakses. Dan itu bisa dikopi oleh kita untuk kemaslahatan para anggota APTSIPI. Jadi nomor satu adalah SDM dulu. Jadi kita akan menyiapkan laboratorium jabatan fungsional untuk lektor kepala dan GB. Yang lain gimana Bu? Yang lain juga ada, tapi kan tidak akan jadi branding kalau kita tidak fokus pada satu tujuan yang sangat spesial dari seorang dosen. Bapak Ibu ini semuanya dosen, jadi cita-citanya tuh harusnya jadi profesor. Saya ini bukan dosen, jadi kalau saya tidak punya cita-cita profesor ya nggak apa-apa, wong saya memang bukan dosen. Tapi Bapak Ibu ini dosen semua, ya harus. Ya, saya jadi dekan itu bukan karena jabatan fungsional saya, tapi karena pengalaman saya sebetulnya. Jadi tidak ada hubungannya dengan dosen sebenarnya kalau saya itu. Jadi mungkin itu yang pertama ya. Jadi saya dalam milestone hidup saya tidak ada jadi profesor. Ya sampai dengan hari ini. Tapi Bapak Ibu harus jadi profesor. Jadi saya buatkan laboratorium jabatan fungsional, rektor kepala dan guru besar. Atau supaya keren mungkin labnya GB lah ya Bu ya, supaya menjadi motivator gitu. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, dan dari situ juga saya bisa mengeluarkan laboratorium untuk kenaikan pangkat. Ini saya bisa taruhan ini. Teman-teman para anggota APTSIPI tidak ada yang bisa naik pangkat setiap 2 tahun. Percaya nggak? Nggak ada pasti. Padahal itu bisa. Ya, bisa banget. Dan saya juga punya sistemnya. Jadi Bapak Ibu ayo duduk bareng. Mumpung saya bukan dosen, saya bisa mentransfer sistem yang saya buat dengan teman-teman di LED oleh 3 untuk didedikasikan bagi APTSIPI. Jadi kalau perlu nanti APTSIPI itu ada sekretariatnya. Nanti saya bisa bicaralah dengan Bu Rektor Gunadarma atau Pak Rektor dari UNAS untuk meminta salah satu ruangannya di Jakarta yang bisa menjadi selain yang di stiper ya Bu ya. Di Jakarta saya kira kita perlu punya kantor baru yang memang bisa melakukan kegiatan untuk melakukan fasilitasi. Yang kedua, setelah SDM, tentu saja program. Program semuanya sudah disetujui. Ketiga, kira-kira apa Bapak Ibu? UUD. Ya, ketiga tuh UUD, kita tuh tidak punya kas yang mumpuni. Padahal anggotanya tuh ratusan perguruan tinggi swasta, begitu ya. Tapi saya merasa APTSIPI memang nggak punya uang, tapi di luar tuh uang banyak. Tinggal kita mau kerja apa enggak, gitu ya. Jadi saya nanti akan merancang dengan beberapa pengurus adalah pertama kali yang akan kita lakukan adalah kita akan mengkloning stiper yang sudah punya LSP atau pernah membuat LSP untuk LSP di bidang kelapa sawit nasional maupun internasional. Saya sangat yakin Bapak dan Ibu sekalian itu kayak kacang goreng itu. Kalau jualan LSP untuk kelapa sawit ya. Dan nanti tinggal kita sampaikan, ini loh yang sudah lulus dari LSP yang dikelola oleh APTSIPI dan nanti bisa kita kerjasamakan dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi di beberapa pulau begitu. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah saat ini era digital. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebetulnya MOU seperti tadi 50% bisa dilakukan secara online, 50% bisa dilakukan secara offline. Kebetulan karena kita sedang melakukan kegiatan offline